Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of A Hitchhiker's Guide to Truth. This is August 19th, 2023. So last week I ended the show by discussing a little bit about the reformatting of the show. We're going to start numbering the episodes. So I went back a few episodes ago and I numbered that one number one. So this is technically will be number four. And we started numbering the episodes after almost 2 years of live streaming. So there's plenty of back catalog to catch up on. But now that we kind of reformatted the show and I've been doing like these deep dives and reading PDFs and doing these things and whatever, things have changed. So I figured I would change the way I kind of titled the shows. So that's what we're going to do going forward. And I thought about going backward and kind of numbering, but I just, you know what, the show has grown and it's growing into something that I'm very, very proud of. And I can't thank everyone who's been along with me this journey, this whole time, the newcomers, the old people that have stayed with me, and the people that have heard about it and come on board and been a part of it. I really appreciate everything, all of it. So if you appreciate what I do, the best thing that you can do is and like the show, share it around. This is how we combat censorship in the alternative media space, and just help keep this show going and growing by doing those simple little things. It would be great. Fighting the algorithm is a tough thing to do, but this is what we can all do for each other. And so last week we read chapter 1 of Dumbing Us Down, the Hidden Curriculum of Compulsory Schooling by John Taylor Gatto. I promised tonight will be an all call-in show. So I'm going to read chapter 2 of Dumbing Us Down. But this past week, or the past couple weeks, we've had fires in Maui. What we're going to explore tonight is the idea of whether or not, and I don't know either which way, but are there directed energy weapons? Do they exist currently? Could they be used to do something like what happened in Maui? I mean, some of these questions people out there listening to this might already know the answer to, but we're going to explore that a little bit. Speaking of censorship, when I'm talking about the algorithmic censorship and, things like that, there's been developing. So this is kind of like one of those while you weren't looking type of stories that we're going to get into about censorship after we talk about the fires in Maui. That has to do with Google announcing a worldwide ban on alternative media showing up in search results. And another thing, while you weren't looking, the burning question is, and this is just a question: has ivermectin been approved for treating the coof, the COVID, and has it been approved by the FDA? Has it not been approved? What's going on with that? I have a video to play about that, which we should all be able to get a laugh out of, and a couple of articles that I've provided in the show notes. If you come over to freeyourmindne.com/live, the full show notes are available for your consumption over there. The show notes will be made available in the replays. So if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch or whatever, then, you can't find everything over there just yet. But if you want them, you can come find them over at my website. And also to call in, you can also call in from the website, freeyourmindne.com/call, and just read up on what you got to do to call in. It's very simple. It's not very demanding. I think it's very fair. In my opinion, I think that the criteria that I've laid out in order for you to be able to successfully call into the show, I think that that's fair. And if it's not fair, then maybe this isn't a relationship you want to start. Anyways, to close out the show tonight, so we can know what to look forward to, as we've been doing, I have a segment that I call "I had to watch it, so now do you, so now you do too" kind of thing. And so we have something for that lined up for the end of the show. So without any further ado, let me just share the screen here and we can just jump right in to chapter 2 of Dumbing Us Down, the Hidden Curriculum of Compulsory Schooling in America. Chapter 2 is called The Psychopathic School. And this speech was given by the author, John Taylor Gatto, on January 31st of 1990, and accepting an award for the New York State Senate, naming him the New York City Teacher of the Year. And it goes, I accept this award on behalf of all the fine teachers I've known over the years who've struggled to make their transactions with children honorable ones. Men and women who were never complacent, always questioning, always wrestling to define and redefine what the word, quote, education, unquote, should mean. A teacher of the year is not the best teacher around. Those people are too quiet to be easily uncovered. But she or he is a standard bearer, representative of these private people who spend their lives gladly in the service of children. This is their award as well as mine. We live in a time of great school crisis linked to an even greater social crisis. Our nation ranks at the bottom of the 19 industrial nations in reading, writing, and arithmetic. At the very bottom. Now, keep in mind, this is in 1990, but the world's narcotic economy is based upon our consumption of this commodity. If we didn't buy so many powdered dreams, the business would collapse. And schools are an important sales outlet. Our teenage suicide rate is the highest in the world, and suicidal kids are rich kids for the most part, not the poor. In Manhattan, 70% of all new marriages last less than 5 years. So something is wrong for sure. This great crisis that we witness in our schools is interlinked with a greater social crisis in the community. We seem to have lost our identity. Children and old people are penned up and locked away from the business of the world to a degree without precedent. Nobody talks to them anymore. And without children and old people's mixing in daily life, a community has no future and no past, only a continuous present. In fact, the term, quote, community, unquote, hardly applies to the way we interact with each other. We live in networks, not communities, and everyone I know is lonely because of that. School is a major actor in this tragedy, as it is a major actor in the widening gulf among social classes. Using school as a sorting mechanism, we appear to be on the way to creating a caste system, complete with the untouchables who wander through subway trains begging and who sleep upon the streets. I've noticed a fascinating phenomenon in my 30 years of teaching. Schools and schooling are increasingly irrelevant to the great enterprises of the planet. No one believes anymore that scientists are trained in science classes or politicians in civics classes or poets in English classes. The truth is that schools don't really teach anything except how to obey orders. This is a great mystery to me because thousands of humane, caring people work in schools as teachers and aides and administrators, but the abstract logic of the institution overwhelms their individual contributions. Although teachers do not care and do work very hard, very, very hard, the institution is psychopathic. It has no conscience. It rings a bell, and the young man in the middle of writing a poem must close his notebook and move to a different cell where he must memorize that humans and monkeys derive from a common ancestor. Our form of compulsory schooling is an invention of the state of Massachusetts around 1850. It was resisted, sometimes with guns, by an estimated 80% of the Massachusetts population, the last outpost in Barnstaple on Cape Cod not surrendering its children until 1880s, when the area was seized by militia and children marched to school under guard. Now, here's a curious idea to ponder. Senator Ted Kennedy's office released a paper not too long ago claiming that prior to compulsory education, the state literacy rate was 98%, and that after it figured never exceed that literacy rate, the literacy rate was 98%, and that after it, the figure never exceeded 91%, where it stands in 1990. Here's another curiosity to think about. The homeschooling movement has quietly grown to a size where 1.5 million young people are being educated entirely by their own parents. Last month, the Education Press reported the amazing news that in their ability to think, children schooled at home seem to be 5 or even 10 years ahead of their formerly trained peers. I don't think we'll get rid of schools anytime soon, certainly not in my lifetime. But if we're going to change what's rapidly becoming a disaster of ignorance, we need to realize that the school institution, quote, schools, unquote, very well, though it does not, quote, educate, unquote. That's inherent in the design of the thing. It's not the fault of bad teachers or too little money spent. It's just impossible for education and schooling ever to be the same thing. Schools were designed by Horace Mann and by Sears and Harper of the University of Chicago and by Thorndike of Columbia Teachers College and by some other men to be instruments for the scientific management of a mass population. Schools are intended to produce, through the application of formulas, formulaic human beings whose behavior can be predicted and controlled. To a very great extent, schools succeed in doing this, but in a national order increasingly disintegrated, in a national order in which the only, quote, successful, unquote, people are independent, self-reliant, confident, and individualistic, because community life, which protects the dependent and the weak, is dead, and only networks remain. The products of schooling are, as I've said, irrelevant. Well-schooled people are irrelevant. They can sell film and razor blades, push paper and talk on telephones, or sit mindlessly before a flickering computer terminal. But as human beings, they are useless. Useless to others and useless to themselves. The daily misery around us is, I think, in large measure caused by the fact that, as Paul Goodman put it 30 years ago, we force children to grow up absurd. Any reform in schooling has to deal with its absurdities. It is absurd and anti-life to be part of a system that compels you to sit in confinement with people of exactly the same age and social class. That system effectively cuts you off from the immense diversity of life and the synergy of variety. Indeed, it cuts you off from your own past and future, sealing you in a continuous present, much the same way television does. It is absurd and anti-life to move from cell to cell at the sound of a gong every day of your natural youth in an institution that allows you no privacy and even follows you into the sanctuary of your own home, demanding that you do its, quote, homework, unquote. How will they learn to read, you ask? And my answer is, quote, remember the lessons of Massachusetts, unquote. When children are given their whole lives, when children are given whole lives instead of age-graded ones in cell blocks, they learn to read, write, and do arithmetic with ease, if those things make sense in the kind of life that unfolds around them. But keep in mind that in the United States, almost nobody who reads, writes, or does arithmetic gets much respect. We are a land of talkers. We pay talkers the most and admire talkers the most. And so our children talk constantly, following the public models of television and school teachers. It is very difficult to teach the, quote, basics, unquote, anymore because they really aren't basic to society, to the society that we've made. Two institutions at present control our children's lives: television and schooling, in that order. Both of these reduce the real world of wisdom, fortitude, temperance, and justice to a never-ending, non-stop abstraction. In centuries past, the time of childhood and adolescence would have been occupied in real work, real charity, real adventures, and the realistic search for mentors who might teach that what you really wanted to learn. A great deal of time was spent in community pursuits, practicing affection, meeting and studying at every level of the community, learning how to make a home, and dozens of other tasks necessary to become a whole man or woman. But here's the calculus of time that the children I teach must deal with. Out of the 168 hours in each week, my children sleep 56. That leaves them 112 hours a week, out of which to fashion a self. According to recent reports, children watch 55 hours of television a week. That then leaves them with 57 hours a week in which to grow up. My children attend school 30 hours a week. use about 8 getting ready for and traveling to and from school, and spend an average of 7 hours a week in homework, a total of 45 hours. During that time, they are under constant surveillance. They have no private time or private space and are disciplined if they try to assert individuality in the use of time or space. That leaves them with 12 hours a week out of which to create a unique consciousness. Of course, my kids eat too, and that takes some time. Not much because they've lost the tradition of family dining. But if we allot 3 hours a week to evening meals, we arrive at a net amount of private time for each child at 9 hours per week. It's not enough, is it? The richer kid, of course. The richer the kid, of course, the less television he or she watches. But the rich kid's time is just as narrowly prescribed by a somewhat broader catalog of commercial entertainments and the inevitable assignment to a series of private lessons in areas seldom of his or her own choice. But these activities are just a more cosmetic way to create a dependent human being, unable to fill their own hours, unable to initiate lines of meaning, to give substance and pleasure to their existence. It's a national disease, this dependency and aimlessness, and I think schooling and television and lessons have a lot to do with it. Think of the phenomena which are killing us as a nation: narcotic drugs, brainless competition, recreational sex, the pornography of violence, gambling, and alcohol, and the worst pornography of all, lives devoted to buying things, accumulation as a philosophy. All of these are addictions of dependent personalities, and this is what our brand of schooling must inevitably produce. I want to tell you what the effect on our children is of us taking all their time from them, time they need to grow up, and forcing them to spend it on abstractions. You need to hear this because any reform that doesn't attack these specific pathologies will be nothing more than a facade. Number 1, the children I teach are indifferent to the adult world. This defies the experience of thousands of years. A close study of what big people were up to was always the most exciting occupation of youth. But nobody wants children to grow up these days, least of all the children themselves. And who can blame them? Toys are us. Get it? Toys are us. Popular store back in the 90s, if anyone's curious about that. Number 2, the children I teach have almost no curiosity, and what little they do have is transitory. They cannot concentrate for very long, even on things they choose to do. Can you see a connection between the bells ringing again and again to change classes and this phenomenon of evanescent attention? The children I teach, number three, the children I teach have a poor sense of the future, of how tomorrow is inextricably linked to today. Whatever. As I said before, they live in a continuous present. The exact moment they are in is the boundary of their consciousness. Number 4, the children I teach are ahistorical. They have no sense of how the past has predestinated their own present, limits their choices, shapes their values and lives. Number 5, the children I teach are cruel to each other. They lack compassion for misfortune. They laugh at weakness. They have contempt for people whose need for help shows too plainly. Number 6, the children I teach are uneasy with intimacy or candor. They cannot deal with genuine intimacy because of a lifelong habit of preserving a secret inner self inside a large outer personality made up of artificial bits and pieces of behavior borrowed from television or acquired to manipulate teachers. Because they are not who they represent themselves to be, the disguise wears thin in the presence of intimacy. So intimate relationships have to be avoided. Number 7, the children I teach are materialistic, following the lead of school teachers who materialistically, quote, grade everything, unquote, and of television mentors who offer everything in the world for sale. And finally, number 8, The children I teach are dependent, passive, and timid in the presence of new challenges. This timidity is frequently masked by surface bravado or by anger or aggressiveness, but underneath is a vacuum without fortitude. I could name a few other conditions that school reform would have to tackle if our national decline is to be arrested, but by now you will have grasped my thesis, whether you agree with it or not. Either schools have caused these pathologies, or television has, or both. It's a simple matter of arithmetic. Between schooling and television, all the time the children have is eaten up. There simply isn't enough time. There simply isn't enough other time in the experience of our kids for there to be other significant causes. What can be done? First, we need a ferocious national debate that doesn't quit, day after day, year after year, the kind of continuous debate that journalism finds boring. We need to scream and argue about this school thing until it is fixed or broken beyond repair, one or the other. If we can fix it, fine. If we cannot, then the success of homeschooling shows a different road that has great promise. Pouring the money we now pour into schooling back into family education might cure two ailments with one medicine, repairing families as it repairs children. Genuine reform is possible, but it shouldn't cost anything. More money and more people pumped into this sick institution will only make it sicker. We need to rethink the fundamental premises of schooling and decide what it is we want all children to learn and why. For 140 years, this nation has tried to impose objectives downward from a lofty command center made up of, quote, experts, unquote, a central elite of social engineers. It hasn't worked. It won't work. And it is a gross betrayal of the democratic process that once made this nation a noble experiment. The Russian attempt to create Plato's Republic in Eastern Europe has exploded before our eyes. Our own attempt to impose the same of central orthodoxy using the schools as an instrument is also coming apart at the seams, albeit more slowly and painfully. It doesn't work because its fundamental premises are mechanical, anti-human, and hostile to family life. Lives can be controlled by machine education, but they will always fight back with weapons of social pathology. Drugs, violence, self-destruction, indifference, and the symptoms I see the children I teach. It's high time we looked backwards to regain an educational philosophy that works. One I like particularly well, has been a favorite of the ruling classes of Europe for thousands of years. I use as much of it as I can imagine in my own teaching, as much, that is, as I can get away with. Given the present institution of compulsory schooling. I think it works just as well for poor children as for rich ones. At the core of this elite system of education is the belief that self-knowledge is the only basis of true knowledge. Everything in this system, at every age, you will find arrangements that work to place the child alone in an unguided setting with a problem to solve. Sometimes the problem is fraught with great risks, such as the problem of galloping a horse or making it jump. But that, of course, is a problem successfully solved by thousands of elite children before the age of 10. Can you imagine anyone who had mastered such a challenge ever lacking confidence in his ability to do anything? Sometimes the problem is the problem of mastering solitude. As Thoreau did at Walden Pond, or Einstein did in the Swiss Customs House. Right now, we are taking from our children all the time that they need to develop self-knowledge. That has to stop. We have to invent school experiences that give a lot of that time back. We need to trust children from a very early age with independent study, perhaps arranged in school, but which takes place away from the institutional setting. We need to invent curricula where each kid has a chance to develop private uniqueness and self-reliance. A short time ago, I took $70 and sent a 12-year-old girl away from my class with her non-English speaking mother on a bus down to the Jersey coast to take the police chief of Seabright to lunch and apologize for polluting his beach with a discarded Gatorade bottle. In exchange for this public apology, I had arranged with the police chief for the girl to have a one-day apprenticeship in small town police procedures. A few days later, two more of my 12-year-old kids traveled alone from the Harlem to the West 31st Street, where they began an apprenticeship with a newspaper editor. Later, three of my kids found themselves in the middle of the Jersey swamps at 6 a.m, studying the mind of a trucking company president as he dispatched 18-wheelers to Dallas, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Are these, quote, special children, unquote? Special children in a special program? Well, in one sense, yes, but nobody knows about this program except I and the kids. They're just nice kids from Central Harlem, bright and alert, but so badly schooled when they come to meet me that most of them couldn't add or subtract with any fluency, and not a single one knew the population of New York City or how far New York is from California. Does that worry me? Of course. But I am confident that as they gain self-knowledge, they'll also become self-teachers, and only self-teaching has any lasting value. We've got to give kids independent time right away because that is the key to self-knowledge. And we must re-involve them with the real world as fast as possible so that their independent time can be spent on something other than abstraction. This is an emergency. It requires drastic action to correct. What else does a restructured school system need? It needs to stop being a parasite on the working community. Of all the pages in the human ledger, only our tortured country has warehoused children and asked nothing of them in service of the general good. For a while, I think we need to make community service a required part of schooling. Besides the experience of acting unselfishly that it will teach, it is the quickest way to give young children real responsibility in the mainstream of life. For 5 years, I ran a guerrilla guerrilla school program where I had every kid, rich and poor, smart and dipsy, give 320 hours a year of hard community service. Dozens of those kids came back to me years later, grown up, and told me that the experience of helping someone else had changed their lives. It had taught them to see in new ways, to rethink goals and values. It happened when they were 13 in my lab school program. It was only possible because my rich school district was in chaos. When, quote, stability, unquote, returned, the lab closed. It was too successful with a widely mixed group of kids at too small a cost to be allowed to continue. Independent study, community service, adventures and experience, large doses of privacy and solitude, 1,000 different apprenticeships, the one-day variety or longer. These are all powerful, cheap, and effective ways to start a real reform of schooling. But no large-scale reform is ever going to work to repair our damaged children and our damaged society until we force open the idea of, quote, school, unquote, to include family as the main engine of education. If we use schooling to break children away from parents, and make no mistake, that has been the central function of schools since John Cotton announced it as the purpose of the Bay Colony schools in 1650, and Horace Mann announced it as the purpose of Massachusetts schools in 1850, we are going to continue to have the horror show we have right now. The, quote, curriculum of family, unquote, is at the heart of any good life. We've gotten away from that curriculum. It's time to return to it. The way to sanity in education is for our schools to take the lead in releasing the stranglehold of institutions on family life, to promote during the school time confluences of parent and child that will strengthen family bonds. That was my real purpose in sending the girl and her mother down to Jersey coast to meet the police chief. I have many ideas for formulating a family curriculum, and my guess is that a lot of you have many ideas too. Our greatest problem is getting the kind of grassroots thinking going that could reform schooling, is that we have a large vested interest that we have large vested interests preempting all the airtime and profiting from schooling as it is, despite their rhetoric to the contrary. We have to demand that new voices and new ideas get a hearing, my ideas and yours. We've all had a belly full of authorized voices meditated by television and the press. A decade-long free-for-all debate is what is called for now. Not any more, quote, expert, unquote, opinions. Experts in education have never been right. Their, quote, solutions, unquote, are expensive and self-serving and always involve further centralization. We've seen the results. It's time for a return to democracy, individuality, and family. So although maybe I don't agree with everything that John Taylor Gatto was laying out there, as far as, I mean, the return to democracy, that kind of stuff is not my bag. But I mean, it is a healthy conversation to start having. So, excuse me. We had a caller or two, but they dropped out. Well, when I was in the middle of reading, I don't think I would have wanted to stop in the middle. We could wait until after the segment if I'm in the middle of a segment, and I mean I'm kind of just like figuring this out as I go. So we can wait until after the segment. You can hang out in the green room, come back in. I'll be more than happy to bring you in, but I don't think I'd want to stop in the middle of it to kind of start talking about it. It's kind of, just the way it's going to be. So, if anyone would like to call in at freeyourmindne.com/call, and I will bring you in. But in the meantime, what do we have here? I want to bring up, I had it. I want to bring up, all right. So from The Last American Vagabond, we have this article. And we're going to talk about these fires in Maui. So this will be a bit of like a kind of like an intermission, right out from the start, because this is kind of a big subject. A lot of people are talking about this, like these directed energy weapons and everything like that. And from everything that I can find, this is a pretty decent approach to it, and it's something that I'd like to just bring to everybody's attention and get into the time capsule here, and just kind of go over that. So we're going to do that, and we're gonna have fun with it. We're gonna have some fun with it. I don't want to do that part. Hold on. Bring it over. No audio, huh? I'll fix that real quick. Thank you. There should be audio. God damn it. Hold on 1 second. What I get. Close them.
Saturday, August 12th, 2023. Thank you for joining me today. Well, you can thank my brother for this show, this focus that I'm going to be doing today. As you guys know, I'm very, very skeptical of any time there's a big momentum in the media, especially the partisan media, and this topic in general, because and you know my coverage
that
on
fix
this,
the
which
audio?
we'll go over to a small degree from the California directed energy weapons in general. We've covered. It's something that when this first developed, and as always, as we should be, I was very skeptical, wondering, seeing the same kind of things pop up, and yes, seeing old images and old information recycled, going, okay. So that early on set me going, okay, I'm feeling very skeptical against this entire discussion. And again, as we always should be, it's really only what we can prove is the way we should be looking at this. But at the same time, that doesn't mean ignore and don't ask questions and ignore things that are suspicious. We should never be afraid to ask, could this be directed energy weapons? Could this be anything you think might be possible? The idea that we're afraid to ask questions like that is just, it really does blow my mind today, as much as we all see why. We're being engineered to be afraid of conspiracy theory, despite how many things that are called conspiracy theory that quite literally end up being what happens. But that doesn't mean that because it's called conspiracy theory or because it's a theory around something that we also know that it's true. My point is on this topic in general, today I had a whole bunch organized that I'm actually thinking I might try to do after this as well, if not tomorrow. And I was organizing the entire show and just like usual, opening points and all sorts of different things. And what I discovered in looking into this topic, I just kind of being honest, almost because my brother was interested and I was too, and I was organizing different points. I've reached out to Shelby from Unjected to have on to kind of get her thoughts, that kind of stuff. But as I was looking through this today, I found some things that kind of blew my mind. And it's not going to be the trees burning from the inside or the weird suspicious things or the things that we can't prove, as much as I'm also interested in why those things are happening. And I'll get into my thoughts around the weird oddities of the fire. And well, I guess I can just say it now in general, that one of the things that I'm always very, like in the California fires, I did a lot of research on that, speaking to firemen who, by the way, many of which were the ones telling us this is unparalleled. This must be something different. We saw things from the sky, all sorts of strange things, which we've talked to or which we've covered, of people talking to them, people high up in the departments speaking on the record about things that they thought were unexplainable. However, I've also in that research come to find a lot of the things that we continue to see, oddities of the trees being left when everything else is burned. I've come to understand, at least what I'm told, and I'm not a fireman, that those things happen. That there are, based on moisture and different wind currents and all sorts of things, that they end up seeing things that they never would have thought possible, and that they would argue are because of the different dynamics. All I'm saying in that point is that we see a lot of things that we think are suspicious that don't always amount to, we know this is direct energy weapons or whatever the current thing you might think is. And that's what happens far too much in the partisan media. So today, I'm just focusing on this. There's not going to be any other topic we're going to get into. I'm just going to start off in regard to a couple of the points that are being made and the things circulating. And I'm going to go through what I found, direct energy weapon stuff from before, and then what I found in this, which is ultimately that there are not just one, but at least as I can see, two very important, like top secret level U.S. military, I'm going to call them installations on Maui. One of which I'll show you today is quite literally dedicated to the creation of direct energy weapons. And that's not my opinion, at least in part. It's called the Directed Energy Directorate. And it's one of these locations there's one in New Mexico and there's one in Maui. And I'll get into all the information so I don't mispronounce the names about where these things are. And I just thought that was a little bit ridiculous. It's like, that doesn't prove necessarily that that's what was used or that that's something that caused this. But at the same time, I found that a little bit interesting. And then the more you dig, the more you find out. And apparently there's a lot of really suspicious and interesting things around all of this. that tie back to why this was built in the first place. It goes all the way back to the Soviets, if you can believe that, and what this really is. I mean, the idea of direct energy weapons in general, even right now, is sort of regarded as a conspiracy theory, despite the fact that it's an openly discussed. I'll show you a Lockheed Martin video, a Fox News video talking about direct energy weapons. And yet at the same time, even back covering the California fires, this was kind of disregarded as, well, that's a fake story. Oh, those things aren't real. And it just shows you that the ability, just like with COVID-19, the apparatus has to create the feeling that things are fake, even as we watch them happen. So all that aside, I'll make more points as we go through it. I quite frankly think that it's not impossible that these things were used. I mean, let's put it this way. Can you start a fire with direct energy weapons? Yes. Do they exist? Yes. Are there reasons the government might have done this to execute X, Y, and Z? Obviously. But that doesn't prove that they happened. Now, I'm going to start right out of the gate and tell you, answering the question of the title, I don't know. And I'm not, many people may even think, looking at this title, like, oh, this is just his way of getting you to get in. For the answer is, I don't know. And that's where it's going to end today. I don't know if they were used. But I do think what we're finding today is important to the conversation that I haven't seen anywhere else, while far too many people focus on things that are wildly unprovable. So starting off on that exact note, let's talk about Mr. Norwal here and the idea of climate change being the focus, or more to the point about his typical coverage in the, bot-driven kind of marketing level, Twitter kind of creators that they see rising to the top today, where they just basically toe the mainstream lines and frame that as independent media fighting back. It's very strange. But here's where he writes, heart-wrenching scenes in Hawaii, which are pretty sad, by the way. Whether or not there's a conspiracy or direct energy weapons, it's terrible, terrible thing that happened there. People are, the stories you hear are real. There's videos all over the place of people jumping in the water to get away from what's going on. That in and of itself is terrifying. But and he writes, Maui death toll over 80, which, by the way, according to Shelby and plenty of others, that locally they feel that it's well over 100, if not far more than that. And they're questioning why the media is underreporting that. But again, that could just be a discrepancy, right? I'm the first one that's going to say that the corporate media, literally their job is to misinform you. Maybe they don't think that, but I think it's about obfuscating. But that doesn't mean that's what's happening here, even though that's likely. You get my point? We shouldn't assume. I know you guys agree with that. From new to the channel, though, that's where we are, and we always should be, as much as that may feel irritating sometimes when you think that you know what's going on. And maybe you do. Maybe we're wrong. But we should never push back against objectivity, even irritatingly so. People leaped into the ocean to evade flames and billowing smoke in Maui. Officials state, this is what he's writing, officials state that at least 80 people have died. Unfortunately, they expect the number to rise. And again, back to that earlier point, it could just be that they couldn't confirm, there's always things that think, most people are very on guard today, and rightly so, because of COVID, because of a lot of things. We all seem to understand that our government almost not only just doesn't want to tell us the truth, but hates us almost. That's how a lot of people are getting to understand and feel. So it's not hard to see why people are so quick to question. And I love that. I'd rather have people assume fake things than blindly follow the government, to be quite honest. They're both bad. They both lead in negative ways, but I think you're safer not trusting the government, in my ultimate opinion. Hundreds more remain unaccounted for in one of the worst wildfire catastrophes. How did it start? He said it's believed that brush fire started in Maui on Tuesday. They were stoked on Wednesday. And I'll get into one thing that RFK Jr. posted that I do think is relevant. If not, whether or not it's the reason, I think it's very relevant and I agree with it. But here's the point I love. Climate change to blame. Oh, yeah. I'll show you at the end. They have no shame when it comes to this kind of stuff. I mean, you can quite literally prove, like we did in other examples, both California and elsewhere, more recent fires. Forget, where was the last one we just talked about, the huge one, where they were freaking out. Scotland, I forget now, but they were just like, oh, climate change, fires. And then it got definitively proven that almost everyone started with arsonists. And they didn't circle back and go, yeah, not climate change. They just kept going with the narrative, right? These people are shameless. The corporate media, I mean. And they will just find an abstract somersaulting reason to make this about climate change because that's what they want you to think. It's like anything else. And don't forget, CNN, James O'Keefe got him on the record saying, yeah, we're going to shift into climate change because that's what we're going to do. Well, here we are. But here he is going, as the pushing back independent media, climate change to blame. Well, the severity of the fires in Maui have been blamed by some experts on climate change. Despite the fact that there's already multiple this is a really stupid argument, especially when we're at a point where we don't know. Like, that's a stupid, people that are saying it's climate change would laugh at somebody saying it's a direct energy weapon. Neither one is provable as far as I can tell, but they would see it as conspiracy theory. Well, that's not different. Let's put it that way. The view of climate change was to blame, as opposed by Clay, however you pronounce that last name, Clay T, University of Hawaii at Manoa professor and environmental management expert, who said blaming this on weather and climate is misleading. Fire problem is due to the vast areas of unmanaged, non-native grassland from decades of declining agriculture, as well as the corporate side of that, which RFK points at. I agree with this. I saw similar things in Oahu when I lived there for a couple of years. But what's your stance on climate change? It's an interesting way to end that. Now, the video is pretty, it's just, by the way, if you want to see more videos of this kind of stuff, it is everywhere. And I recommend you take a look at it so you can kind of come to your own conclusions about it, but be on guard, because I can prove to you, which I'm not going to get into today, there are 1,000 different examples of old videos that aren't even from Hawaii, old images from previous fires from Hawaii, but from elsewhere as well, all being parroted around on TikTok, which everyone shares without checking because Twitter files, and people being misled. Doesn't mean this is fake, but it means that there are a lot of people that are not checking or trying to deceive. This is a video that, as far as I can tell, is definitely from Hawaii, from Maui, and it's just a sad compilation so you guys can some of the things they're talking about. You know, people that have jumped into the water. I mean, that right there, right in the beginning, that's a terrifying reality right there. That's smoke and fire. The heat coming off of that must be unbearable. And these people are in the ocean, you know, in stormy weather, trying to survive. That's sad. This guy's sleeping next to the ocean, next to the break wall. Look at that. You know, all theories aside, it's just really heartbreaking this happened to a beautiful place where, you know, at least in my experience, full of very beautiful people living a very different life than we're used to in most of the world. Sad. And really, as we get into it, you'll see there's a lot of possible reasons about this. You know, I'll get into one of the early ones about one of the World Economic Forum posts. You know, people are talking about climate change conversations, you know, activists starting things, you know, that would even logically make sense, what we've seen around the world, you know, but we've also seen examples of, you know, arguments of energy transitions, of, you know, what the governments of Hawaii have been arguing they want to achieve. And we'll show you all of these, you know, or the, what was the other one? There's plenty of, I mean, there's never a shortage of different theories. If you want to see an endless amount of videos, many of which are real, that you can verify, of very strange things, weird fires, you know, trees burning from the inside, which we always seem to see, right? Again, there's firemen that will tell you that that happens, right? The way the moisture works and all sorts of things. I'm not saying I know that for sure, but my point is I'm not going to go over all these videos. If you want to see them, they're very easy to find. They're all over the place. This is just to kind of give you a feel of what the immensity of how big this is. Lahaina being the main location of the starting fire, but from what I'm going to show you, it's interesting. I'll just actually jump to the end real quickly and show you this map, or at the end, where was this? Right here, yeah. So apparently this is from the 8th satellite imagery. You know, Lahaina is over here, and you can see, for those in the podcast, like the western side of the island, sort of like the northwestern peak, or western specifically, but on the northwestern peak, Lahaina. But then you can see fires over here in the mainland. Or I guess we wouldn't call it the mainland. The mainland would be more of the larger island. But I guess, yeah, it depends. I'm trying to think of it like how you compare it to smaller islands. But you can see for the podcast, it's sort of in the middle center of the large part of Maui. And some of the hottest, largest fire spots are the red spots right there. So it's just interesting. Like, are those connected? In the bigger sense of like the argument of what we're talking about, or a lot of the theories going around, it doesn't really seem to add up. But with what I've kind of found today, the location is really interesting. And that has to do with these locations that are working on these exact weapons. It's alarming, to be quite frank, whether or not these are caused by that, what they're doing here and what they might be planning with that. But here is what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said. Hawaii fires result from now, you know, I'm glad I just reread that, because before I thought he was claiming this fire, but he's saying in a general sense. So I much more agree with this general statement. Hawaii fires result from poor tending of the land. First, industrial agriculture plantations obliterated native ecosystems, which is almost always what's like in Oahu, for example. One of the biggest issues they have with these massive landslides, which came because of non-indigenous plant life that was brought because of corporations and different, you know, boat immigration, as well as tourism coming from boats, and things ended up being planted, and then all of a sudden these things weren't where the roots were too shallow and they overtook everything, and now you get massive landslides, and so these kind of things are common with lack of concern for the indigenous area, which is pretty common when it comes to occupied territories like Hawaii. But it says when these and before you skip past that, let's be real about that, guys. I lived in Hawaii for 2 years. People in Hawaii most people you talk to do not think they're Americans. They're Hawaiians. They don't see themselves as part of the United States. This is an occupied territory. They literally colonialized this area, stole all of this, and they still to this day completely, it's terrible. It's a terrible thing if you understand the history of Hawaii, but we just pretend that's one of the states today, right? But it says when these farms were abandoned, combustible invasive grasses took over. Now, again, largely abandoned by people that don't care about the indigenous wildlife, the people that live there, everything. Okay, so whether or not this is what happened there, is absolutely a part of why these things happen. Could it be the only reason? Certainly possible. But I do think the immensity of the fires and what we saw, and the kind of like almost in totality of it, like just across the board, everything, that is pretty strange to me. Because especially, but again, if they're talking about the storms and the winds that kept this kind of thing going, like I would say feasibly that would make sense. But I'm very skeptical of how and why this all took place. But that doesn't then prove that we know there's foul play. But here's one of the first things I'm seeing people today, especially, kind of circulate: how Hawaii plans to be the first U.S. state to run entirely on clean energy. Now, if you just look at this, and by the way, we shouldn't dismiss this argument being, well, they're going to sweep all this out and start that direction on this, kind of a clean slate. Seems to make sense with, if you know more information, maybe that would be the case. And we're also I'll show you this at the end. There's a local, I just thought this was an interesting video to include, making a very valid argument about how these exact locations have been aggressively pressured over the last so many decades to be bought out for corporate reasons and for government reasons. And then suddenly this happens. Yeah, if these things happen, doesn't prove anything, certainly should consider that. I wouldn't put it past these corporations or the government for doing something like this, but that most people that doesn't sit well. They don't want to believe they would be willing to do something like this. I'm not saying that's the case, but this is interesting, right? So at first glance, you go, yeah, that seems interesting, especially with how the immensity of the World Economic Forum plan and what we're seeing all around the world, the lockstep agenda, right? But but when you read into it, there's a little bit of a contradictory point to this. It may have a reputation as an ecological paradise, but Hawaii is also one of America's most fossil fuel dependent states. Basically saying, again, the point is that they're dedicating the plan to go into the clean energy direction and wanted to be the first ones. To cut the state's greenhouse gas emissions, which again, let's be real about the reality of the argument of carbon tax what they're doing with climate change direction here is not real, in my opinion. Feel free to disagree. Not saying we're not destroying the planet. I absolutely believe that all the masks and gloves and plastics and everything in the ocean and all the stuff that's happening and all the military pollution and all the burn pits and all that is ruining the planet. But that does not mean that carbon is the issue and does not mean that we have to worry about greenhouse gas emissions. But you can disagree. That's what's great about real conversation. But it says the Hawaiian government launched the Clean Energy Initiative in 2008, which pledges to establish new green credentials and aims to use 100% renewable electricity to power the entire state by 2045. So I guess if you wanted to argue that this would be a quick way to do that, especially if you believe that some people in certain positions of power might actually believe that we're all going to die in so many years if we don't accomplish this, like that's how you can start to understand how something like this might actually make sense to some people and might actually just make sense because people are believing that we will die if we don't do this kind of rash action. And if they see pushback, they might just pull the trigger, but again, human life. But, don't really seem to care about human life all over the world as they execute their war agenda. So, let's be real. But here's where it gets interesting. In a significant move, 4 mayors from across the state have signed an agreement, and this was 2018, this was written, an agreement to run Hawaii's public transport system only using clean energy by 2045. Making the announcement abroad, a traditional Hawaiian voyaging canoe Maui Mayor Alan Arakawa said, quote, "The goals we are setting today are not only desirable but attainable and help send a message that Maui County and Hawaii are open for innovation to help ensure the greater health of our communities and the planet as a whole." President Donald Trump decided last year to withdraw from the U.S. from the Paris Agreement, which is dedicated to keeping the global warming temperature below 2 degrees Celsius, if possible. Soon afterward, after Trump pulled out, Hawaii became the first state. Now, Hawaii as a state means all of the 8 islands and the smaller as well, to turn the agreement into official policy, which led the island's governor, David EG, I'm not, if somebody is Hawaiian, let me know, he would say IGE, to say climate change is real, he says, regardless of what others may say. So clearly they're committed to this. Hawaii's commitment to improving the environment is such that it's currently home to more than 60 clean energy projects. Oh, okay, well, that's interesting, including 9 wind farms, 19 hydroelectric facilities, and 22 solar power plants. Okay, well, that was the first time I was like, okay, oh, wait a minute, as I'm reading this. Okay, well, so the argument would be that they would do this to execute this plan, but so the argument is that, just being, entertaining the theory about whether this was done for this reason. Well, that would argue that they would kind of clean slate this island in order to roll out clean energy, but in doing so, destroy all of their clean energy setup. Like, maybe, but that doesn't line up for me, right? So the argument being not all of these, but in particular, here's the map itself, this being Maui. And you can see right here, you've got a hydroelectric plant, you've got a solar plant. I mean, literally almost exactly in Lahaina, or close enough anyway. But then all over the entire island, especially close to the other fires, you've got multiple. I mean, there's 5 or 6 gigantic green energy, if you want to call it that, non-renewable, unreliable energy in Maui. So it would be an interesting argument to say those would be destroyed in the effort to do the same thing. Maybe, possibly. But overall, you could see a huge effort all over these islands to roll this out. So if you want to look further, the map will be included. Now, it says, according to the Energy Office, they have the capacity to generate over 156 million kilowatts of energy per month. I think that was the main point on this one. Oh, yeah, that was right. And it says that Tesla has also installed a 272 power pack, 2 battery systems to store solar energy and use at night on Maui, or in the state of Hawaii somewhere. According to Tesla, the project is expected to reduce fossil fuel use by around 1.6 million gallons. It's interesting how often Tesla and Elon Musk overlap with all these agendas, but weird how the people that support them don't want to associate with that. Sort of like we want to go BlackRock bad, except when we notice that Rumble is funded by BlackRock and Vanguard. We don't want to see that, because it doesn't line up with our agenda. Well, here, let's talk about conspiracy theory. Directed energy weapons in Maui. We'll check it out, guys. Apparently, we're all wrong. Newsweek says it's a conspiracy theory. Yahoo says it's a conspiracy theory. AP News says it's a conspiracy theory. So that's the show, guys. We're wrong. No, I'm just kidding. The point is that, of course, you're going to get all this stuff. And if you read into these articles, they're not doing any due diligence. They just go, that's not what we're supposed to say. And that's apparently fake. So end of fact check. It's just so frustrating that they can't even, like, if you're going to do a fact check about this, then do a fact check. They don't, though. They just toe the line. And it's impossibly frustrating because people actually look at this stuff, no matter how often you show that the old ones are wrong, right? You can go back and look at like their entire body of fact check work, and it's like probably 80% incorrect. And I'm not even making that up. It's very, very clumsy. COVID-19 is a great example of that. But my point in being is that if you look into all of this, you're going to find them telling you, well, no. In fact, almost borderline telling you direct energy weapons aren't even real. So before we even get into the important part of this, which is the Air Force Maui optical and supercomputing site, or more specifically, the AFRL Directed Energy Directorate, which operates one in New Mexico, but one in Maui, very near to this whole thing. And then we'll talk about the actual people involved with this who are on the record telling us that they're working on weapons. So it's kind of hard not to see that, even though you look it up elsewhere and they don't seem to mention weapons anywhere. It's very strange, right? Of course, it's that easy to see. But before we do that, let's make sure we understand that direct energy weapons, for those that may not want to hear, are very real. It's not even up for debate. It's like the idea of geoengineering, where they can literally be telling you we're doing this to stop climate change. And then you bring it up on Twitter and people go, tinfoil hat. And you're like, man, didn't you just say this is about fighting climate change? It's almost like people can't, like they've been broken. Like they can acknowledge that they're, yay, geoengineering, stop climate change. But then you point at it from a plane, they go, fake news. It's just very strange. So same point, right? You can literally prove this. It's been around for decades. They're openly talking about it. Been working on it since the 70s. And yet there's 100 patents. And yet it's fake news for some people. Now, here's an article we did on 2019, or a show I did long time ago. You don't want to look at this. I look really silly. But the point is, watch it, though. It's good information. I talked about the U.S. Congress's Israel-focused directed energy weapon bill, directed energy weapon bill. So here was the article, and you can watch that if you want, from Mint Press News, written by none other than Whitney Webb, about the new bill would see U.S. taxpayers subsidize experimental Israeli laser weapons. Shocking. Nothing new about that. Continuing to pay for all of their, it's just silly, right? This is hard to justify today. Back then, it was just every 30 seconds. I mean, half the stuff was being worked on, or even like the Iron Dome being funded by our money in regard to, aiding Israel, despite them not really needing our aid, and then selling those weapons to the United States. Like, it's double dipping right there. It happens all the time. But this is an important article. You should read this. But one of the points I want to show is here's a Representative Elise Stefanik saying she and Ted Lieu introduced the U.S.-Israel Directed Energy Cooperation Act. This bipartisan bill allows us to collaborate with Israel to counter global adversarial threat. That's always how it gets framed, right? Let's manufacture something in Cuba. Hey, bad guy Cuba stuff. Now we need to work on direct energy. It's how this goes. Whether that's actually what happened or not. The point is they'll say bad guys do those things over there, so we have to do them, right? Cluster munitions happening over there, so we have to use them too, even though we don't want to. Right. They've always been doing this. The only way they justified it was saying we have to do this because bad guys are doing it. But, do you believe that? It's up to you to decide. Here's the actual bill, H.R. 6725, to authorize the Secretary of Defense upon request of the Ministry of Defense of Israel. Great. So Israel asks and U.S. government steps to. And with the concurrence of the Secretary of State to carry out research, development, and testing. That's important. And evaluation activities on a joint basis with Israel to establish directed energy capabilities, weapons. So the point is, this shouldn't be hard to wrap your mind around, that they have been doing this for a long time. This is 2018. The point was that they're going to research, develop, and test them. I haven't seen any examples of real testing outside of a few examples we'll get into. So the question should be, is that something that might have happened? Now, if you can't think that it's possible that a test could go awry, that a military test like that's never happened before could go awry in a location where they're literally building direct energy weapons, and then they've got another location where they're actively doing some other stuff we'll get into, can we not at least ask if it's possible, let alone doing this on purpose, that they could have been like, let's see what happens when they do this new version, and then boom, fire start, and then what are they going to do? Nothing. I'm just theorizing. Yeah, right? We're theorizing about possible conspiracies, about covering things up. Never happened before, right? The point is we should always have the courage to do that. And if we know that they have been working on and testing these things, it's obviously possible that could have been what happened. Just one of the many. But here is an example, as I pointed out, from Fox Firepower. I used to play this all the time, and I'll play the video for you right now where they're openly showing you exactly what these things can do.
Lasers sound like the stuff of science fiction, right?
Which, by the way, it's funny. When this came out, these things were public. You can look up the research going back 20 years. They're actually for the 70s. But even then, sounds like science fiction, right? I know, fake news, right? It's amazing that people still push back.
Completely unbelievable. How could our military possibly be using those in future warfare? Guess what? We've just had a recent breakthrough, more great test results that are making lasers a reality. So it's called ATHENA. Lockheed Martin makes it, and they've been doing a lot of the pioneering in this laser field. Now, what's really exciting about it is that it's so hard to harness that much power and make it compact enough that it's actually going to make practical sense downrange. And they've proven that they can do that. Recently, they tested it against 5 moving drones, so realistic drones that they might go up against with, enemy forces might send against us, for example, or terrorists might send against us. And it successfully shot down all 5 of the drones. This is huge news because it means that in a realistic, practical setting, it's looking very promising. So it could be ready to field quite soon. So when you see the movies or you look at comic books or television shows, when you see laser weapons, they tend to be a color, right? Red or green or something like that.
Important.
Real lasers, one of the key advantages that they provide is that they are invisible. You actually can't see them.
Right.
You just see this damage suddenly starting to blow something up. So if we take a look now at what the ATHENA did to a truck. So we're looking at a truck engine, and the ATHENA within seconds was able to beam right in there, heat the whole thing up, and burn through the engine of this vehicle.
Doesn't that look familiar? Like if it just, again, just because it looks the same does not mean that's what it is. But being honest, that looks very similar to some of the things we saw in California and these different examples. Something to point out.
So if you can imagine if you were in that vehicle, all of a sudden this hole would start appearing in your engine and the whole thing would just disappear. That's what these lasers do. Now there's some other key advantages that we should mention. Let me give you 3 of them. 1, unlimited ammo. As long as we have power, we have an unlimited magazine. And downrange, of course, having unlimited ammo can be a huge advantage. 2nd, it's silent. You don't give the enemy any advance warning that it's coming.
You see why this is obviously something they've wanted for a long time. So we're going to get into a point in a minute where they go over why they just kind of decided to put this on the back burner. Don't believe that. That's a joke. This is probably one of the things they've wanted the most for a long time. And the reality is that it's never, when we get told it's on the back burner, that's when they're like, okay, we're doing this, right? We're going to actually use, and then they'd want you to think that it's not in the public eye, probably because they're doing things they don't want you to know about. That'd be my opinion.
And then the 3rd one I wanted to touch on is that it travels.
And in case I didn't make it clear, that's a verifiable reality. They've been using these. So let's not pretend like it's on the back burner.
Speed of light. So not 2nd, it's silent. You don't give the enemy any advance warning that it's coming. And then the 3rd one I wanted to touch on is that it travels at the speed of light. So not only are we delivering powerful, decisive effects, lethality, we're also doing it so rapidly they don't know what hit them. So if you could circle back to that example of being in the car again, that would happen so instantaneously, within seconds, you truly would have no idea what was happening. It would just suddenly start disintegrating, right? So what can we use these against? So we talked about the vehicle a bit. We talked about how ATHENA has just proven itself against drones. But in the real world application, our forces could use it against the drones. We could use it against aircraft. We could use it against vehicles on the ground, like we mentioned. We could also use it against fast attack boats. And in fact, ATHENA's sibling, Atom, a couple years ago proved that it could eliminate these fast attack boats. So if you imagine boats start trying to swarm one of our ships, not a problem for this laser. Burns right through the hull. As you can see right there, it's burning right through the hull. I'm incredibly excited about this news, this great news about the successful testing of ATHENA, because it means that we'll be putting these powerful weapons soon. We could put them in the hands of our warfighters and give them even more powerful weaponry to keep themselves safe and also to deliver the effects that we need. They can be used, laser weapons can be used offensively and of course defensively too, to help protect our homeland. Think of our airports that might be under threat from enemy drones. They could be used to protect we could use them statically and used to protect our airports. They could be used to protect our power grid, our nuclear plants. So there's lots of different exciting applications for this technology. It is no longer science fiction, but science fact.
Yeah, well, it wasn't science fiction before this, and this is like half a decade old, right? This, I mean, and let's not pretend like this isn't in the hands of Israel. We know that they worked in they worked with Israel to develop these things. They probably still are. So the reality is that this is something that is probably being executed all around the world. You can't see it. You can't prove that it was there, right? I mean, so who knows? We see all these examples of, and even just pulling back from the intentional point, which we should never shy away from. I find it far like it's more likely this is something that could be tested that ends up doing something they can't pull back from, and they just let it happen. I mean, even like with the PG&E discussion, like they ended up saying, well, it was, PG&E that didn't do the whole thing, and then PG&E just increases your bill. Did they get held accountable for that? Not that I can see, right? So it makes you really wonder whether this is something that could be, in that realm. And then just, not that you need to see this as well, but here is Lockheed Martin's video, just so we know this isn't just some Fox video that's lying about it. It's just the same thing. The shooting down the drones, laser weapons. This one's 5 years ago. Now here's Donald Rumsfeld saying some very, very revealing things from quite a while ago, right? So we're talking what this is like. The video is 12 years old, but I think it was older than that. The point is that he's talking about working on them all the way back then, but then the way they discuss whether they're going to be testing them and whether they would bring them into use if need be.
Can I ask you a question about some of the technology that you're developing to fight the war on terror, specifically directed energy and high-powered microwave technology? When do you envision that you can...
Classic mainstream media apparatus woman right there.
...weaponize that type of technology?
Goodness. It is in, for the most part, the kinds of things you're talking about are in varying early stages. Do you want to give anything you'd add?
I don't think I would add much. I think they are in early stages and probably not ready. for employment at this point.
In the normal order of things, when you invest in research and development and begin a developmental project, you don't have any intention or expectations that one would use it. On the other hand, the real world intervenes from time to time, and you reach in there and take something out that is still in a developmental stage, and you might use it. So your question is not answerable. It depends on what happens in the future and how well things move along the track, and whether or not someone feels it's appropriate to reach into a development stage and see if something might be useful, as was the case with the unmanned aerial vehicles.
But you sound like you're going to experiment.
Right. And let's not forget that those things were used a hell of a lot before we were really told that they were being used. Assassinating people.
I think that's the point, and I think, and we have, I think, from the beginning of this conflict, I think General Franks has been very open to looking at new things if there are new things available, and has been willing to put them into the fight even before they've been fully wrung out. And I think
Great, right. So again, putting them into fight before we, are understanding how they work properly, or right. I mean, that's an interesting statement. Seeing as how it's very possible that this thing could have been something that was tested and ended up causing a problem, and right. I mean, just thinking outside the box.
That's not referring to these two particular cases of directed energy or high-powered microwave, but sure, and
yes,
we will continue to do that.
The microwave aspect is interesting because these are in the same wheelhouse, right? So we talk about things like what happened in Cuba. It's and I'll show you a couple points on that in a second, I think, unless I got rid of it. Oh yeah, I think I did. There's an article about that in the past, but the bottom line is in Cuba, we talked about that, where they their own arguments. Where, let me see. Oh no, I do have it next. Okay, I thought let me show you this video and we'll point a couple things out about that, where they admit after research that they thought a weapon like this, even though we still argue with some people this is fake. It's hilarious. This one is from 8 years ago. And I think this is important both for this general conversation, but also for the 5G direction, which, don't forget, was originally used as a crowd control military type weapon. And that's what this still could be. If this thing is turned up high enough, it literally makes your skin burn. You can, and even more so if it's higher, and you can look at it's on their patents, it's on the research for this exact technology. And this is exactly what we're talking about, a similar discussion. This is a microwave weapon, heat ray. So just realize this is 8 years ago, and this is what they could have done with just, a microwave directed weapon.
DoD's active denial technology and future solid-state active denial technology system will produce a focused beam of directed energy to provide our troops a non-lethal option to stop, deter, and turn back suspicious individuals with minimal risk of injury. Active denial technology is designed to protect the innocent, minimize fatalities, and limit collateral damage across the range of military operations. Active denial technology uses radio frequency millimeter waves at a frequency of 95 gigahertz. Traveling at the speed of light, the millimeter wave directed energy engages the subject, penetrating the skin to a depth of only about 1/64th of an inch. The beam produces an intolerable heating sensation, compelling the targeted individual to instinctively move. For the military, active denial technology can be used for both force application and force protection missions. Applications include crowd control, perimeter security, patrol and convoy protection. You
get the gist, right? The point is just simply that they turn these things on and you feel like you're burning, about to explode, and you run. Very, very interesting. So here's the overlap with this article from August 10th, 2017. A group of American diplomats in Cuba suffered unexplained severe hearing loss blamed on a covert sonic device. And it simply says, after months of investigation, U.S. officials concluded the diplomats had been exposed to an advanced device that operated outside the range of audible sound. That sounds familiar, and had been deployed either inside or outside their residences. It was not immediately clear whether the device was a weapon used in a deliberate attack or some other purpose. Interesting, even though that was not really how it gets reported still. Now, here is a direct Congressional Research Service document from 2022. We're talking about directed energy weapons, background and issues for Congress. It says directed energy weapons use concentrated electromagnetic energy rather than kinetic energy to combat enemy forces. That's how this is a weapon, no matter how you spin this. Although the United States has been researching directed energy weapons since, the 60s, some experts have observed that the DoD has invested billions of dollars in directed energy programs that failed to reach maturity, or that's what we're told, and were ultimately canceled, or that's what we're told. I mean, quite frankly, we know this is being used, so I don't buy that for a second. In recent years, however, the DoD has made progress on directed energy weapons development. Interesting. Deploying the first operational U.S. directed energy weapon in 2014 aboard the USS Ponce. Since then, actually, now that I think about it, I should have looked into where that ship actually goes. It'd be interesting if it happens to be stationed somewhere in Hawaii, or, I don't know. I'll just look it up. You guys let me know. Since then, directed energy weapons development has continued, with DoD issuing a directed energy roadmap to coordinate the department's of efforts. DoD has also introduced a high energy laser scaling initiative, which seeks to strengthen defense industrial base for directed energy weapons and improve laser beam quality and efficiency. Interesting. So there's a lot more you can read in this, but that's just the main point. Is obviously these things are real. 2022. Here's in 2023. Vice reports that the Pentagon is spending $1 billion a year on directed energy weapons. So clearly the point is, whether they stopped or not, 22 forward, they are in this. They are researching. They are spending $1 billion a year, probably, which means 100 billion. We don't even get told. And they're working on this. So it's interesting to think about what that might translate to. There's some videos here from CNN showing them working on this stuff. Very interesting. Now, here's where it gets especially interesting. In my research on this, really just to kind of find out what I think is going on, I came across a location in Maui. Now, this is called the AFRL, or the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing Site, or AMOS, or the AFRL stands for the Air Force Research Laboratory. That's just the general overview. The AMOS is the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing Site. It says freedom to operate and maintain satellites in space. Now, this is how they frame this, by the way, and I'm going to get into what the actual guy running it says more than once on the record, but they frame this as some kind of surveillance space operation. And saying that the U.S. Air Force assists in achieving this freedom of basically operating satellites with security and making sure nobody's going to shoot them out of the sky or out of space. The U.S. Air Force assists in achieving this freedom in part by maintaining an awareness of the locations and capabilities of all man-made objects in space. This awareness is called space domain awareness. The scientists and engineers of the Air Force Research Laboratory advance technologies that improve the nation's capability to maintain that awareness, number and sizes and locations and capabilities of man-made objects in space over time. The AFRL Directed Energy Directorate, which is the main point that we're talking about today, operates 2 major telescope sites, and they're not just telescope sites, that are used to advance SSA technologies. One of these sites is located in Kirkland Air Force Base, New Mexico. The other site is located on Maui, Hawaii. The Maui site is called the Air Force Maui Optical Supercomputing Site, or AMOS. The AMOS site consists of 2 facilities that conduct SDA operations and research and development, and that is the weapon side of this, and I'll show you. I'm telling you directly. The first facility is the Maui Space Surveillance System, and the second is the Maui High Performance Computing Center. These are 2 separate locations, and they're both very important. Research thrusts at the AMOS site include satellite direction and identification, atmospheric compensation and resolving imaging, astrodynamics and orbital metrics, sensor development, laser propagation through the Earth's atmosphere, database cataloging of satellite images. Now, nowhere are you going to really find weapons development in any of the general outward-facing information, which it's not like it's really a secret if you can hear them openly talking about it, but just the average person will look and then think that's conspiracy because that's how they're generally primed, right? But you'll find in this a lot of interesting things, none of which really.
I feel the need to pause it right here for a moment and just say, something about this. Amos, A-M-O-S, is actually the first Hebrew prophet to have a biblical book named after him. He accurately foretold the destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel, although he did not specify Assyria as the cause. And as a prophet of doom, he anticipated later Old Testament prophets. So, that's so under the impact of powerful visions of divine destruction of the Hebrews and such natural disasters as a swarm of locusts and fire, Amos traveled from Judah to the neighboring, richer, more powerful kingdom of Israel, where he began to preach. The time is uncertain, but the book of Amos puts the date as 2 years before an earthquake that may have occurred in 750 BC. So, all right. And also, we'll just continue playing the video.
To get into weapons. It's all about space
I know it's a little
surveillance, computing power.
long, but it's worth it.
Okay, so that's the main document. Now here, again, just so you can see it from their actual website, the Maui location, Directed Energy Directorate of the Air Force Research Laboratory. Here is the first one, and this is from Maui time from 2018. Interesting conversation, actually, that I found that overlaps with this, where they're basically saying, well, we asked 2 nuclear weapons experts if they think specifically Kaihi, if I'm saying that correctly, would be a target in a possible nuclear war. Interesting question. And they overlap that with two of the most important locations on the island, which we just talked about, and wondering whether that might draw a nuclear focus because of the bad guys wondering if this is a dangerous spot. Very interesting. Now, really quickly, I'll show you this map so you guys can see the general areas we're talking about here based on, the map of Maui. Here we go. I wish I could screen share 2 things at one time. It would make that much easier. So here is the map. And by the way, I thought this was very strange when I looked at this map versus this map versus the map that was on the World Economic Forum page, but it showed all the cellular and very different. Which, on a quick side note, the map we use every single day, the world map that gets taught in schools, is aggressively wrong. And everyone seems to know that, yet it doesn't change. I think it's hilarious. Not even to get into why, but the point is just that we are actively fed misinformation, that we know those things are inaccurate, like the Greenland versus South America. These things are completely out of scale. It doesn't even matter. But the point here is this pin here is Kaihi. It's not showing up for some reason. Kaihe, Hawaii. So that's the location we're talking about, which is much closer to the original line of fires. Oh, I just lost the pin. The other one was right here. And that was the location of the, I'm blanking on the name of it. I just went past it. That is the location of specifically the Air Force Maui optical and supercomputing site. Whereas the laboratory in regard to the Director Energy Weapons is up here on this summit. It's on the Haleakala observatories. I mean, you'd think I'd be better at pronouncing since I lived there for 2 years. I used to be. It's been a long time. But this lab right there is where the main laboratory, or rather the observatory, where they do surveillance, but also the weapons research and work on directed energy weapons. So that's the main one. Right here is the supercomputing site. Right here is the Kaihi location we're talking about. So it's back to the main point here. Okay. So they're talking about that location and asking, well, would that be a nuclear target? Now it says it's been, and this is also an interesting overlap. It says it's been a little more than a week, 2018, since the State of Emergency Management Agency zapped most of Hawaii residents with a false ballistic missile alert. Remember that? Remember when they said, oh my God, there's a missile incoming, which was wildly irresponsible. Everybody lost their minds. People probably did all sorts of crazy things. I guarantee this was a test. And then they just said, our bad. It was an accident. I literally think they said they accidentally hit the button. I actually think that was the story, even though I don't believe that for a second. Just think about that interesting overlap. Now it says, in a strike, they said, Kaihi would definitely get hit. Interesting. The reason? The Maui High Performance Computing Center, located at that's the one I was talking about, the one just south of that, 550 Laipoa Parkway in Kaihi. Built in 1993, the complex known in the acronym jargon as the DoD Supercomputing Resource Center is an Air Force research lab packed with supercomputers. So this is that's not something that's just especially today, especially with what they're working on with the directed energy weapons. This is a high-level installation. The MHPCC operates as one of 6 DoD supercomputing research centers in the DoD's high-performance computing modernization program. 6 of them in the world. This is stated on Maui Center's webpage. This location allocates more than 70 million computational hours annually And it says they research, development, test, and evaluation community. For what it says, as for what the MHPCC actually does, it says, well, the Department of Defense isn't actually specific. Surprise, surprise. Though it's very clear that the computers it operates are extremely powerful. I wonder for what. Now, it says they provide computational resource for the DoD, scientific computational needs through their support of DoD challenge projects and other government users. So it states the website. Quote, the center also supports the Directed Energy Directorate's Maui space surveillance system, which does more than surveil. Located atop the Mount Haleakala, which we just pointed at, the space surveillance system is used for imaging and tracking of space objects and more. But just because the DoD operates some large computers in Ka'i does that rise to the level of actual target for someone's nuclear weapons, they ask? Well, it says if Russia thought that the location had something to do with U.S. command and control systems, sure, they'd target it. Or if they realized that it was ultimately a weapon system or high level, maybe so. But they ultimately say, well, for a country like Russia or China with more nuclear weapons, like a facility like this might be a target. It's very just interesting overlap, right? Well, here is, I highlighted these, so this keeps disappearing on me. Here is the Maui Space Surveillance Complex again, which you can just see that they're overlapping both of these locations. And the point is that there's no mention of weapons anywhere in this Wikipedia page. Shocking. Here is, there's the highlighting gone. It's right here. This is from, it says Directed Energy Leader Dr. Kelly Hammett recaps time in this location, looks ahead to space position. And there's also another post from him right here, speaking from his own website, just before people jump because that's a fake news site. Somebody out there will say it. So here, you can read it on here if you want, but I had it highlighted so I didn't lose it. Now it says, I will miss bragging on the Directed Energy team and all that we accomplished in the 6 years I was at the director's seat. So just be clear, this is where he worked. Hammett's work in directed energy programs and his path to leadership of some of the U.S. Air Force's legacy high-energy laser, high-power microwave, and electro-optic systems began much earlier, though. It says, before taking on a role as director, Hammett served 4 years as the directorate's chief engineer. Make sure I didn't miss anything there. Now it says, the high-powered microwave CHAMP system, which I'll show you in a second, tackling the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing, or AMOS, site's sustainment and modernization program, along with other challenges. It says, quote, we delivered the United States Air Force first ever operational directed energy weapons. Let me read that again. They delivered the United States Air Force's first ever operational directed energy weapons. So this location, I find this impossible not to think is crazy with the conversation today, in Maui, created the very first ever, as according to them, operational directed energy weapon. And yet it's being roundly dismissed that this is a dumb idea. And I'm not saying that proves that it was used or prove that's how they started the fires, but isn't that crazy? I almost fell out of my chair. I'm like, that can't be. And this is why we have to talk about it today. Even though I'm still saying we don't know. I would argue we haven't proven that this is why it started or even that this was involved. But that's pretty wild. It says, as part of the Air Force Directed Energy Experimentation Campaign, which is taking place on Maui, AFRL characterized and deployed 4 directed energy counter-unmanned aerial systems to overseas locations being in use, guys. 3 Raytheon high-energy laser weapon systems and the AFRL tactical high-powered operational responder system, Thor. Great. We built Thor in-house in Maui in 18 months in breaking time. As part of these efforts, AFRL secured the Secretary of Defense approval for operational use of all systems. That's pretty interesting. Come on, man. Right there. That's weird. Didn't even just search for that. Didn't even show up. So it's right there. Just so you can see it on the actual page. We delivered the first ever operational weapon. This was written in June 2022. So what we're saying is basically that they have a completely operational, all systems wide system in regard directed energy weapons system on Maui called Thor, high powered operational responder system, tactical energy laser weapon system. That's what this is. So is it not possible this could have been something that was used? Is it not possible this could have been something that was tested and went awry? Is it not possible, since we know how this stuff is interconnected with all?
I just got to pause it again real quick. Don't you just love their acronyms? Amos, Athena, Thor. Like what? It's always some crazy acronym to like embody this thing. That Thor, the tactical high power operational responder. Then they name it the Thor system. Like, come on, Amos. Like, give me a break.
All of the systems today, that it couldn't have been hacked. Uh-oh, there's a whole nother dynamic. I'm not the one that's going to immediately go China, Russia. But you know what? It wouldn't be that far-fetched to think about something like that, to say this is something that was hacked, taken advantage of, and used in order to stop maybe what they're working on. I don't know. Again, the idea that people are unwilling to even ask these questions, which is why it's so impossible to fight for truth today, when all they're going to do is jump to be able to go fake news. Even half the independent media. I find this to be wildly important. It says Hammett is also proud to say in total, his team, quote, built and field tested in Maui 10 new systems that didn't exist before 2016. I guess we'll just have to guess what those were. He finishes to say, to add one more significant milestone, Hammett includes his work with the Maui-based ammo site, also called AFRL Detachment 15, until it was renamed recently. Ammo's site was activated as the 15th Space Surveillance Squadron, where it is now recognized officially as both a research and development site under AFRL and an operational site under the U.S. Space Force. Interesting they say that the proud of our airmen and guardians. So I believe guardians are probably what they're calling the space people now, or Space Force. I don't even know what they call them. I'm not, but I think that's interesting. Quote, I would like to see the Air Force determine the directed energy weapons we need and establish a buy plan for the right mix of systems to meet the nation's mission requirements. You realize outwardly, they don't even say there's weapons being built here. Particularly with regard, he says, to the base defense mission, but also other mission areas. I find that very, very interesting. Basically just saying, I'd like to determine, I would like the Air Force to start, determine what we need, buy these and establish them. And, but yeah, sorry, bud, they want this to be secret, apparently. Maybe he doesn't know that. I don't know. Find that pretty interesting. Oops. So here, by the way, was the CHAMP system. Just one of the side projects he also worked on. High-powered microwave advanced missile project. The Counter Electronics High-Powered Microwave Advanced Missile Project is an unmanned system
great acronym,
capable of flying into contested areas and disabling an adversary's electronic system. Right? I mean, these are things that are actively being used, guys. And do you think they're going to say, yep, we did that, especially if they want to cause, I don't know, things to completely have blackouts, and they go, look at how bad they are over there. Look at what they're doing wrong. They can't take care of their own systems. Or are we actively sabotaging these things? Do you really think they wouldn't do that? Of course, we know that they do these things. It employs a high-powered radio frequency technology, which was developed over the past 2 decades in the Air Force Research Laboratory. We're talking about the same place. And test through a joint capability technology program. So you get the point there. I think that's very relevant. Now here is it from his own page. Dr. Kelly D. Hammett, SES. It says the directorate provides pervasive, world-class directed energy and imaging research technologies for users across the Air Force and Department of Defense. It's always weapons with the Department of Defense. He manages numerous state-of-the-art research laboratories and testing structures at Kirkland Air Force Base and several unique facilities, which include the Starfire Optical Range at Kirkland Air Force Base. I believe that's the one in New Mexico. A testing site, this is the one, a testing site at the U.S. Army's White Sands Missile Range, New Mexico, and the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing site in Hawaii. His 20-year active duty career spanned a variety of positions, mainly focused on directed energy weapon system technology. Right there. Development and acquisition, and culminated while serving at the director of engineering for the $7 billion airborne laser program. Yeah, these are real. They're used. He began his civilian career at Kirkland Air Force Base, New Mexico. Okay, it is New Mexico. So that's the Starfire Optical Range. It's the same stuff we're talking about in Maui, but just in New Mexico. They're the 2 locations we mentioned in rather larger installations. And he says where he served as chief engineer for the Directed Energy Directorate's Optic Division, oversaw comprehensive modernization and upgrade programs for the Starfire Optical Range and the Maui Space Surveillance System. He went on to serve as the Directed Energy Directorate Chief Engineer. Pretty interesting. Now, here is this is from Yahoo News, or rather BBC on Yahoo News, but they're talking about the maps and imagery. Just in case you wanted to see these in general, showing you the locations. And I think it's very interesting now when you take a second after we went over it and look at the location. I mean, not to say that necessarily just location is important, but just unless we can prove that these things were used, we shouldn't pretend we know that. But I'm telling you right now that I'm much Kihei, someone's saying in the chat, Kihei for the location. I'm sorry I mispronounced it. That ultimately that we should, it doesn't prove, unless we can prove it, we shouldn't say we know. But at the same time, this is some pretty compelling information that should mean that at the very least it shouldn't be dismissed. But what's interesting is look at the location. We just looked at this, right? There is Kihei right there, right? Or very close. Very close. And then just south of that is the supercomputing location. And then right up here on the mountain range is the observatory. Any number of places, could, especially with the hottest spots, the red meaning the most intense. I find that very interesting. Now, why Lahaina was the focus or why it's over there, I don't know. Maybe that's because this isn't related. But I find this hard to dismiss. Now, also just on a side note, let's make sure, oh, excuse me, I take that back. The red being active in the last 24 hours. So those are the active fires, even though we know there's still some other things going on. But then there's fires in the mainland, fires in Oahu. These things do happen. Not to say that there's not a lot of suspicious things going on here. Now, all of that aside, there's a couple of the points I think are important to include that I thought were interesting. Not that necessarily proves anything. As somebody just shared with me, as Jeff Bezos buys up Maui, Hawaiian locals hope for the best. Right? So you've got this is 2021. So you've got one of the richest men in the world buying up all these locations in Maui. And who knows what's going on with all the preparations for whatever they think is going to happen. I know Bezos is apparently building some end of the world bunker next to where he launches his rockets, and Elon's doing something similar. All these big wig people are out there building shelters, and we're not supposed to read into that. Very confusing. But nonetheless, who knows if it means everything or nothing. There's also the 2023 Hawaiian Digital Government Summit, September 25th in Honolulu. But I don't know whether that, to me, that's just a tangential point. Why that would connect with the fire, but the general point being that it's a sort of a direction towards digital, towards the World Economic Forum kind of general outlines of trying to encapsulate it with one phrase, but it's all the different things that the new energy, the new normal, great reset, kind of the technocratic direction, the health actions, all this stuff kind of necessitate a restructuring of everything. And the easiest way to do that would be to start from scratch. Here is another document Orwell just sent me, actually. This is from May 18th, 2023. And I haven't read through this, but I'll just do a quick glance and see if it pops up in the chat. Let me know if there's anywhere specific you thought was important. But it says, both the 2022 National Defense Strategy and the House Armed Services Committee Bipartisan Future of Defense Task Force report have identified directed energy as a technology that could have significant impact on U.S. national security in the years to come. Great. So right before all this, that's, interesting, seeing as how the location that delivered the very first operational directed energy weapon came from this location in Maui. Find that kind of interesting. As Department of Defense continues to invest in directed energy weapons, Congress may consider implications for defense authorizations, appropriations, and oversight. A number of countries are investing in direct energy weapon programs. This In Focus discusses the selection of unclassified, meaning there's plenty that is classified that we don't get to know about, programs in 3 leading military powers, the U.S., China, and Russia, of course. And they each point at each other to justify why they need to do it, when all of them would probably do it anyway. They requested $1 billion for unclassified programs. Very interesting. Now, this is the other one she sent me. Directed Energy Futures. Posted on, let's go to this. The same location. AFRL. About the Air Force Research Laboratory. Isn't that interesting? Maui, weird, doesn't even pop up. Well, this is interesting. So here's the document she sent me. Visions for the next 40 years of U.S. Department of Defense Directed Energy Technologies, 2060. All right, so now we have a connection to the future direction right? So they're pointing at what they want to do. They're telling us they're investing billions of dollars in this right just before all of this. And now we find a document, thank you, Orwell, for sharing this, coming directly from the same location in Maui, talking about the future of direct energy weapons. Pretty damn interesting, I got to say. This is the whole reason why I shoved everything off and made this a focus, because pretty interesting. I mean, it's compelling enough to make me go, this is worth making an entire point about. Even though I'm still on the same point of saying that I don't think we can prove that we know this happened yet. But damn, this is interesting. Now, here's a video I was told you I'd show you of a local guy basically saying that he's watched this happen. And interestingly enough, the same people that he's seeing push back on these corporate grabs are the primary locations that end up in these fires. Doesn't mean it proves it, but it's still relevant, isn't it?
Due to fire, flood, monster emergency services. But I need you guys to hear me out. You don't see what's going on. I feel something is bigger. I've been on Maui the last 9 years, and I know the geographical location and how everything works. There was no fucking way.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to tell you guys, he cusses in this. Earmuffs for children.
That a hurricane missed Big Island, went to Maui, and didn't flood them, didn't give them, crazy, other things, but it caused fires.
I know, again, this is opinion, but I wouldn't say it's impossible. I've seen all sorts of very strange things. Yes, the trade winds in general are very, pretty consistent, but it doesn't mean you can't have winds coming in from the other direction, right? It's all of this seems highly unlikely. A lot of the story we're hearing doesn't mean impossible, right? So that's all I'm saying. I'm cautioning against jumping to conclusions all the time in any topic, but especially things like this that kind of overtake the conversation, right?
Cause fires in not only on Maui, but it caused fires in the most precious parts of real estate,
right? That's important.
In Maui. Lahaina Front Street is worth billions. The Hawaiians that have been holding out and the Kanaka have been holding out for years, not wanting to sell their property in Lahaina due to these big $1 million companies. It is not a coincidence, I don't believe, how in the most precious parts of Maui, Kula, Lahaina, and Kihei, that the locals that are standing strong and do not want to give up Oprah Winfrey's fucking view up in Kula that the Hawaiians are holding out on, that the fire was going to, the Hawaiians and the Kanaka that was holding right there on Front Street.
It's taken into consideration. I of all things, I'm always more inclined to think something like that is driving action. Just because, not to say that there's not much bigger things that happen, but it's, that tends to be the simplest thing, tends to be the most logical typically. But we see this happen all the time. Think about East Palestine. It's certainly possible there's an overlap there too, right? All these things are definitely important. Here is something I just thought was a nice thing to share. That's a positive note. Basically what he's saying is on the post here, he says, God is with us. This church was left untouched by the fires that destroyed Maui.
Nothing else but Maria Lanakila.
Look at that. Now, so you can note all the trees are there, it's not unlikely for that to happen. I've seen plenty of examples of that. Firemen have told me, trees are alive and full of moisture. It doesn't make sense if it's a constant inferno and it's right in the center, right? But these things aren't always explainable. We'll see videos of massive areas and then kind of associated with everything you look at about the fire. I'm not saying maybe that's
Okay, so we got through that. There's still a few minutes left of that, but it's been like an hour, so we'll just move on. We have a gentleman joining us. His name is Jerry. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, glad to be here, James. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Good to see you again.
Yeah, likewise. That was
What's
a good
going on?
video.
What's up?
That was an interesting video.
I know, right? There's a lot of interesting things that he pointed out in that video. A lot of food for thought. And at the end of the day, it's like, maybe it didn't happen, maybe it didn't go down that way, but there's definitely proof in there that something like that can be done, with and it's, just kind of a weird coincidence, that the that station there is on Maui.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like what's it called? The person who was just talking. He does all the research.
Ryan Christian.
It's so important to just do some research before coming to conclusions. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, anyone that's interested, the link to the article posted on the Last American Vagabond's website will be in the show notes. And when you get to that page on their website, all of the things that he was like pointing out, that there's the sources are all there on the Last American Vagabond as well. So for that video that I showed, you can find all the sources there. Other than, I don't think he looked up this one thing. So with you here, Jerry, I want to kind of do this. So he brought up the USS Ponce. Okay, the laser weapons test. Ponce became the test bed platform for the laser weapons system, which is LAWS, so laws, with installation of a prototype weapon system for field testing in August 2014. That's where he left us, right? But let's fast forward. Ponce was deployed to the Persian Gulf with the laser in late August 2014, and the laws at LAWS remained in use until 2017, at which point Ponce was decommissioned and the LAWS was moved to the USS Portland, so LPD 27. Okay, so it was moved from the Ponce, where that's what Ryan Christian pointed out, was that it was on the USS Ponce, and then it got moved to the USS Portland in 2017. So where's the USS Portland? So the USS Portland, in May 2020, USS Portland successfully destroyed an unmanned aerial vehicle. Where did it go? In 2022, the USS Portland, the USS Essex were open to the public as a part of the Los Angeles Fleet Week 2022 in San Pedro, California. And so Portland was assigned as the recovery ship for the Orion capsule of the Artemis 1 uncrewed moon orbiting mission, successfully completed on 11 December 2022. The space was pulled from the floated deck in the stern vessel off the coast of Baja California. So it's somewhere in the Pacific. So the laser weapon system that he was talking about on the USS Ponce got transferred over to the USS Portland, and the USS Portland is somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. So it's not impossible to kind of trace that back to there. So what do you think about that, Jerry?
Well, I was reading the last paragraph there that it was assigned a mission to rescue the Orion or something. So that was my thought right there.
Yeah, the Orion there for sure. What, dude? Do you remember that Val Kilmer movie from back in like the 70s or the 80s? I think it's the 80s. It's called Real Genius.
Oh no, I don't know.
So there's this Val Kilmer movie, and it's called Real Genius. It's sort of like a sci-fi comedy movie, and Val Kilmer plays this like super smart college senior, and him and like a freshman are like, commissioned to build a laser, and the laser is going to be used as a weapon. And it's like, it's toward the end of the movie, it's supposed to be like mounted onto a bomber jet and be used as a weapon. So I mean, this is nothing new, this type of thing. So, and but what do you think about the likelihood of it being a directed energy weapon thing that happened on Maui?
I certainly feel it's possible. I know Ryan Christian was saying that, hey, like it doesn't really make sense that they did it right where they are, where the what's it called, buildings are that are doing this. But then my brain starts going, hey, maybe they're doing this on purpose and it's all part of a plan. So I don't know. I need more time to think about this. But what do you think?
Well, I mean, just with like I guess it would be like a preponderance of coincidence, like the amount of different things that are like he's pointing out there. It's just, I don't want to say for sure either which way, because I just don't know. But I mean, I certainly don't trust the I certainly don't trust the government, and I certainly don't, and I certainly know that there's no extent that they'll go to like get people to be afraid. And this is like a major red herring event, to get people all like scared of climate change and all of these different things that they're trying to do. I mean, on top of all that, just pointing out the certain people that live on Maui that have property there, and how these areas that were burnt to the ground are some of the last holdouts of the indigenous people on those islands. And it's just like, man, just so many things happening in this story all at once. It is strange to me. I don't really know how big fires like this work, but it does seem, I know how fire works. And it seems that it's very, very strange to me that like that church that was shown at the end is like, what do you mean? Like the whole entire street burnt down except for one building, and like that reminds me of the stuff that was going on in California. And like, then, I don't know. There's so much out there about this fire going on right now. It seems to be grabbing at the attention of just about everybody, including us this evening. But I mean, we got to get it on. We got to kind of get it on record here of like what his report was, and everything like that. So I think that it could very well be exactly what he's showing us.
Absolutely. I think it might be covered in Grand Theft World 2 if it hasn't yet. So
maybe those guys will cover it. Hope I think they probably will. Or if they haven't already, they probably should.
Yeah. So it's important to just essentially pay attention to what's going on. And I appreciate you going through the whole hour, and I learned a lot. And hopefully the audience did as well.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it is. I would recommend people just kind of like look into it for themselves for sure, and just kind of try to come to an understanding of it for themselves the best they can. And realize that there's a lot of things out there that can go toward, this whole predictive programming aspect of it, where we see these things in movies all the time, and it's just kind of warming us up to the idea of it being real world. I like how he pointed out that there could be a possibility that it was hacked, or that they could blame it on it being hacked. That's what I mean. Like, it's just so many different angles that are being kind of explored here with this disastrous event. I mean, I don't want to take away from the tragic, the tragic aspects of this, but no amount of thoughts and prayers are going to help these people. And it's like, that's the sad truth of the matter. It's like, oh, thoughts and prayers for Maui. Like, that's like the thing, right? But I mean, how about we expose the truth? Like, how about we try to get to the truth of it? Fuck your thoughts and prayers. How about we try to get to the truth, And if I tend to think more than not these days that the more that you see of a push toward it, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy theory. The more times you start seeing that from mainstream, like the hard mainstream media, the more likely it is that, it's not a conspiracy theory, that there was something going on there. Whether it was who did it, who pulled the trigger, that's a good question, but there's something more to it.
Yeah, absolutely. When I was essentially doing a project earlier, and I pull up the description of InfoWars, the description is, the show is a conspiracy theory, and like, it's like, I just feel like they haven't even looked into it. And so you're right. It's like a red flag once they start announcing, oh, conspiracy theory. It's like, oh, all right, it's time to look into this. It's like,
The whole conspiracy theory is like this. Oh man, it's like this like kind of almost like a Manchurian candidate type of buzzword that they use to shut people's brains off. Where it's like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. It's like now the blinders are on, and I'm not gonna hear, or I got my fingers in my ears here, and I'm not gonna listen to a fucking thing that you have to say. All it takes is that one phrase, and it's over, and they won't listen to anything anymore.
Yeah, I think that's how he started out the video. He said, oh, people think this is a conspiracy theory, and then they just shut down.
Oh
and
yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a great video. And
Yeah, I mean, it is. That's the whole thing about maybe what's so important about being able to ask questions, and no matter what that question is, the most important thing about free speech is like the ability to ask questions. You're having the right to be wrong about things, and that is why we should cherish this. I mean, we don't need it to be written down, of course, in order for it to be true. I have a voice box. I can push wind through it. I can speak. I don't need it to be, a law for me to be able to have free speech. It's just all about what's going on up here. But I mean, we should be able to ask questions. And if we're getting shut down by being called conspiracy theorists or, little tinfoil hat wearers or whatever, these pejoratives, and it's like, look, like, I'm just asking questions. I need to know. And it's like an open forum where any question is accepted. That's the only path to truth. It's like that, the trivium method, the who, what, when, where, why, and how. Like those are all questions. That's how we find it out. That's how we find out,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My niece, we were in the pool earlier, and she asks multiple questions about why our waterfall in our pool wasn't working, and I'm just like, yes, ask questions.
Yeah.
But
yeah, for sure. You want to stick around?
Yeah, what else you got?
All right. Well, I promised at the beginning, and it's cool that we're actually kind of talking about. Wait, what? That's not correct. Hold on. It's cool that we're talking about censorship because I have a where'd it go? There it is. I have an article here from the People's Voice, and it's talking about Google announces worldwide ban on independent media from search results. So to kind of let me exit out of that, get rid of that. So Google has it, and this is from August 13th, 2023. So this is while the fires are going and everything like that, because the fires happened like over a week ago is when they kind of flared up. Whoops. Let's get rid of that noise real quick before that goes on. But anyways, so Google has announced plans to completely ban all independent media outlets from appearing in their search results. Google has partnered with the UN, the WHO, and other globalist organizations in a new censorship tool, according to LaToya Drake, head of Google News Labs. Google News Labs is a, quote, team with the Google News Initiative whose mission is to collaborate with journalists to fight misinformation, unquote, and other things. And the Google News Initiative, called GNI, works with publishers and journalists to fight misinformation. expose-news.com reports below are the short descriptions from GNI's About page. The titles are misleading. What the heck? Oh my God. What the fuck? Why did I do that? Don't do that. Did that do that over here too? God damn it. So anyways, I don't know why that did that, but it's a pop-up, I guess. Let's open it up on the Brave browser instead.
No, that's crazy. I'm already sucked in.
Thanks, buddy. All right, so moving on. So, for example, following the Our Partners hyperlink contained in the words "learn more" does not lead to a list of or overview of its partners. It leads to, quote, case studies, some stories about how news organizations around the world are growing their news coverage in digital businesses. After which, Google advertises some other of its products and invites the reader to sign up for our newsletter. And so, Google's new. Let's see here. Last week, Swiss software developer Dejan I don't know how to pronounce that last name, Georgiev tweeted, Google's new global censorship tool was introduced today, which was August 7th at 9:10 a.m. via an email press release. So Google fact check tools, the following uses the points that Georgiev highlighted about GNI's new censorship tool as a backbone to which we have added information for context. A copy of the Twitter thread above with some additional comments can also be read on Naked Truth News here. I don't have that. I'm not pulling that up. But yeah, I mean, let's watch this video here and see what happens. Oh, wait. There won't be audio here until I do this. We'll watch this to see what LaToya Drake has to say, and we'll get rid of that, and then
Hello, I'm LaToya Drake. In this video, we'll explore how Google helps the fact-checking ecosystem with tools that journalists, fact-checkers, and researchers can use to improve information quality around the world. Google has built two tools for fact-checking. The first is the Fact Check Explorer. It allows you to easily browse and search for fact checks from reputable fact-checking organizations around the world. And if you want to add fact checks to the Explorer, one of the ways is using the Fact Check Markup tool. Let's take a look at the Fact Check Explorer. Google's Fact Check Explorer is designed to facilitate the work of fact checkers, journalists, and researchers in discovering what has and hasn't been debunked all over the globe. Think of this as a search engine for your fact checks that can help you determine fact from fiction. The tool uses a markup language called Schema that tells Google that this is a fact check produced by a reputable fact-checking organization. You can find the Explorer at the link below. At the top is a search box, and below it you will see recent fact checks that have been published. All of the fact checks have the same format. First, who made the claim and what the claim was. Then, the name of the organization who completed the fact check, like Snopes or Full Fact, followed by rating or conclusion. There will always be a link to the full fact check so that you can find out more. If there is a particular topic, person, or claim that you want to search for, type it into the search box. The results are ordered by the most recent. One of the most prevalent mediums for misinformation is in images. To help combat this, Fact Check Explorer can now do image search to check if an image has already been debunked. If you click on the magnifying glass with an image, it opens a new window where you can either upload an image or search by image URL. The tool will search for all fact checks for this image to see if it is a fake that has already been debunked. Claim Review Schema is a markup language that aims to improve the quality of information available on the internet. It provides a way for journalists and fact checkers to flag fact-checked articles from platforms, search engines, and apps. Claim review is an important tool in the fight against mis and disinformation. It helps ensure that fact-checked information is prominently featured and easy to find. Once your webmaster has set up an account in Google Search Console, you can add claim review in a variety of ways. One is using the fact check markup tool. Visit toolbox.google.com/factcheck/markup tool. To add claim review markup, you'll need to provide the following information: the URL of the article, the name of the organization that conducted the fact check, the date the fact check was published, the name of the person who authored the fact check, the rating of the fact check, and this part is optional. Once you've provided this information, you can click Create to add the markup.
All right, that video was nowhere near what I thought it was going to be, but it's just like a walkthrough, I guess. I mean, what did you think about that, Jerry? Some pretty messed up stuff, huh? I mean,
Yeah.
what do you think about the idea that these companies are like allowed to do whatever they like with their company? Like, what do you think about that idea?
Well, I feel like they have the right to do what they want, except when you censor people and call misinformation that potentially is correct, that's a wrong. That's what is causing slavery. So I dislike it, man. What about you?
Oh, I agree with you. I mean, I wholeheartedly agree with you. I mean, this is why like morality is such an important thing to hold on to. If you don't like what somebody is saying, you don't have the right to stop them from saying it. You know, it could be some of the most horrible stuff on the face of the planet to say. And and I have videos about that later. And it's like, look, like, I don't like that. I don't like that speech, but I don't have the right to stop them from saying it. In fact, I welcome it because I want to know who the fuck you are and if what kind of ideas are running through that head. And if you're a racist, bigot, homophobe, these types of like terrible things, I mean, you can like somebody, you can like or dislike an individual, but like you can't lump you can't lump an individual into your idea of what is, what your idea of a whole group is. Like, sure, there's plenty of people of many different ways, shapes, colors, whatever, that are pedophiles. Not all of one type of person are pedophiles. You catch, like, not all trannies are pedophiles. It's like they're not all groomers either. It's that type of thing. But if you're that way, I want to know, and it's going to come out in your speech. And if we start censoring everything, if we start having these categories of accepted speech and people are self-censoring, and that's that, like, you could be best friends with one of the most hate-filled people on the face of the planet, and you'll never know it. And I want to know so I can stay away from you. and then just like the other point is that how are we going to get to the truth of things, which is like, I guess what, like, that first part is kind of wrapped up into as well, is like, that's a part of the truth of what makes an individual tick. But when it comes to big picture stuff and topics, like, how would we ever get to the truth of the matter if things are censored so heavily, like on the internet? Google is the number one most used search engine on the face of the planet. It's so used that its name has become a verb. You don't say, I'm going to DuckDuckGo this. You say, I'm going to Google it. And everyone knows what you mean. You don't say, I got to run this through a search engine. You say, I'm going to Google this. Even when you don't use Google, you still like say, oh, I'm going to Google it. Well, why don't you just Google it? Like, it's a verb now. So, I mean, to that point, but all this censorship stuff, it's ridiculous. Would you like to take a look real quick at the types of things that they're going to be doing? Because we can go back to the article here. And so after that video in the article, far from the noble intention of assisting with the factual verification of information online, this dude Georgiev wrote that Google's algorithms are designed to delete websites that criticize topics such as, and I don't think they're not deleting it from the web, they're deleting it from their search their search results. So if you have been found to be if you have been found to have posted misinformation that they're calling it about COVID-19, the World Bank, FBI crime statistics, GKB, which is what is this? Pharmacogenom. I don't know how to pronounce that word, but what is Farm KGB or KGB, GKB? Farm GKB. So what is this? I don't know. I just walked into this, but anyways, where were we? Back over here. Other topics about global warming statistics provided by the IPCC, which is the International Panel on Climate Change, based in Geneva, Switzerland. What else is based in Geneva, Switzerland, or over in Switzerland in Davos, right? That's the World Economic Forum. So, and there's also, CERN is also in Switzerland. So a lot goes on in Switzerland, right? But the World Health Organization's finding on any topic that the WHO selects, anything that they say, that they say this is the truth of the matter. If you go against what the WHO has to say about it, Google wants to do this to you. The Environmental Protection Agency's greenhouse gas reports. So another global warming thing. The Anheuser-Busch Baldwinville Brewery. What? Like, what? And then the Stanford University's Deep Solar. What is this? Let's see what this is. The Deep Solar Project. Deep Solar is a deep learning framework that analyzes satellite imagery to identify the GPS locations and sizes of solar photovoltaic PV panels, leveraging its high accuracy and scalability. So, I don't have any frame of reference of what any of this is. So, but obviously it's something to do with space travel and whatever. Maybe not space travel, but space exploration with satellites. So, yeah, this is some pretty nutty stuff about censorship. We got Chris Nelson. We got Chris Nelson joining us. What's up, Chris?
Hi.
Hey, what's up, buddy? What's going on?
Hey, Chris.
I guess I could turn on my camera. I've been taking care of my little one. He's a month old and he takes a lot of attention. Hey, how's it going?
Buddy. What's going on, dude?
Not much. I'm rocking him with one hand, as you can see by my desk.
Congratulations, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
He's asleep, but I'm going to keep rocking him, make sure he stays in that rhythmic mood and stays out.
Great. Oh, man.
Yeah, this fake news thing, well, this is all, it started after the election in 2016. I wrote a few articles about it on a blockchain site, Steemit at the time. And yeah, it's all about controlling information, like you've been talking about, setting up a ministry of truth, even though that might have backfired last year or 2 years ago. They had set up a ministry of truth, new department in the US government, but
Yep.
I got shot down because of all the backlash to it. But they can just do it through other means like Google and YouTube and not make it official by the government. But all the other tech giants can just get in on it and do it anyways. And
well, that's the thing. Like, that's like, so, Nina Jankowicz being a part of the misinformation governance board is what you're talking about. That's this ministry of truth that you're talking about. And
yeah, that crazy bimbo.
Yeah. But the thing is that like they tend to release these things to the public to like kind of get an opinion. It creates a cybernetic feedback loop of what a public opinion of these types of things would be. And that kind of gives them an idea of how accepting the public will be of these types of things. And if the outrage is too much, they pull back and then they kind of
try it again in 5 years or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Then they do certain things. Exactly. They choose a different flank to go out to kind of try to, penetrate their opposition's forces, which would be us. They will flank, on the right. When they came left the first time, now they're going to try from the right. That type of kind of analogy there, where they pull back and then they're going to try to attack from a different angle. They would have let that misinformation governance board go through completely if the public was like, okay, whatever, whatever, okay, well, okay. But yeah, I mean, this is some pretty heavy stuff. I wanted to know about this Anheuser-Busch brewery. So this is what they're talking about in Baldwinsville, is I guess about the wastewater or whatever that's being released into the Seneca River. And so I guess that's like one of the topics that whoops, wrong thing. One of the topics that Google is saying that, that their algorithms are designed to flag, if websites are criticizing these types of topics. Like, so the reason why I think the Anheuser-Busch thing is so kind of weird to include on this list, like of all the things that they're probably looking to flag, why include an Anheuser-Busch brewery scandal thing about wastewater? And automatically what comes up is like all of this stuff that's been going on with Bud Light. And like, I don't know. I just see this as like as one of those things where it's just like, here's a company that's been getting a lot of negative attention lately from a certain group of people. And why else would they include this include that company on this list? What do you guys think about that?
That's an excellent point. I mean, I just think that this is just a small amount of topics that they're censoring. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I think it might just be there. Like these are just other topics include. So it's only a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 additional things amidst the top 5 that are mentioned above. So there's probably like thousands and thousands of other things. And this site that you're getting it from might have just included it because of the recent controversy for the past 2 months related to the Dylan Mulvaney, I think that's the influencer's name, and the backlash for the woke agenda. So I guess they're just making it like a social meme context relevance to put it there. But if they're doing this to wastewater going back into water, well, that's just covering up like anything that the government approves that's bad for you, well, they're going to censor it. So if like there's another Flint, Michigan or something, and that's like, or whatever corporations dumping stuff in the water and the government approves of it, then they'll just like, oh, you're not allowed to criticize that because it's government approved. So anything, that's the direction it seems to be going. So that's why like the IPCC, well, you can't question climate change. You can't criticize climate change. You can't talk about the WEF or Bush or so many people mentioning the word one world government, a new world order, or anything like this, even though it's an obvious thing. It's been in the works for thousands of years. That's what Alexander the Great was trying to do, and that's what Genghis Khan was trying to do. And in the movie with Jet Li, Hero, that's what one of the emperors of China was trying to do. And they're always trying to conquer in order to. It's like that's the Star Wars meme of bringing peace to the galaxy through an empire, and they're just going to make everyone obedient to the authority, and that's their version of peace, which isn't peace, it's just control. And that's the movie Equilibrium too. It's just make everyone subservient to the authority, and then they call it peace because there's no more fighting except for the authorities who are killing people who are the rebels who don't agree with them. And that's what you always end up having in all these fictional narratives, and in reality it plays out too. And yeah, it's always the authority, the ruling power gets to decide who's allowed to do what. And if you go against them, well, then you're the bad one, and we're going to eradicate you. But when we eradicate you, that's for the greater good, and we're not actually doing the thing that we're criticizing or we're supposed to be preventing. We're doing the necessary thing to prevent that war and that conflict and that chaos from happening, but it's actually the war and the conflict and the chaos that they're creating it. And then it's that feedback loop where that's what the government does with the media, where they create the chaos through the persistence of the enslavement system, where we tolerate support and accept our claims of ownership. So that's where the enslavement is and the immorality. And then whenever there's people who fight against it, the rebels, then they're like, oh, look, this is chaos. Well, we need more laws. We need more of this. We need more of that. And then that's more of the actual chaos that they pretend is the order. So that's the false order. That's where again, with the Star Wars meme, they're bringing order to the galaxy. Well, it's a fake order. It's just actually chaos. And then the people are like, yeah, well, that's what we want. So when there's the resistance to their actual chaos, then people are indoctrinated into viewing that as that's chaos, but that's people fighting against the chaos to try to fighting in the immorality. And then people are like, oh, well, I don't feel safe. I want to feel secure and safe. So then it's the problem, reaction, solution, Hegelian dialectic, where there's people trying to fight and oppose the immorality and the actual chaos created by the belief in authority and the authoritarians. And then the people who are so indoctrinated into supporting that belief in authority, well, they view that opposition to the actual negative force as the negative when it's actually a positive. And then they want the negative force to bring in more negative that they ignorantly and foolishly believe is positive. And then they want it. That's the Hegelian dialectic. And then the government brings in more chaos. And then the media supports it. And they say, oh, look, the government's doing great. Look how they're stopping all this evil, which is just creating more evil. And then there's more resistance. So then they bring in more oppression. And then which the people beg for and support. And then it keeps going round and round in this feedback. And that happens for decades and hundreds of years. And that's the eventual degradation into a totalitarian society.
Yeah, it keeps spinning and spinning and spinning like water going down a drain until there's just nothing left and nothing left to hold on to. And you made a great point about where we're getting this story from, the website itself, because you got on like that point that you made. I really appreciated. These guys that are providing us with this story are obviously they're leaning a certain way. So yeah, you're right. The other topics included section, they're gonna cherry pick things that get attention. So I appreciate you saying that, because of course, that's what they're doing. And but I mean, it is still strange that if this topic of the Anheuser-Busch brewery is on that list, if there's a bigger list like that, it's on there. There's like kind of a strange thing to me still, nonetheless, but yeah. Apparently this Farm GKB place is like just like a drug thing, I guess.
That's tying into like the coming biosensor Internet of Bodies, the IOB, after the IoT, Internet of Things. So they study the relationship between genetic variations and how, I don't know, I didn't get to read the last sentence there. It was at the top of the page. And how our body responds to medications. So it's studying the relationship between genetic variations, but just genetics in general, and how bodies respond to it. So this is why they're going to be pushing for more biosensor monitoring, where they can monitor everything that goes into your body, and then like a predictive crime not a thought crime, but predictive pre-crime, where but for the bio what did Corbett call it? I think he tagged it the biosecurity. Yeah, so that's the coming biosecurity push that they're doing with the biosensors, so that if you inside of you, they're going to detect, well, you're going to be sick, so here's your mandated dose of whatever medication or vaccine to prevent you from being sick and being a threat to society. That's eventually where they're coming with this. But of course, the fact checkers would say, no, that's just a conspiracy theory. It's not happening, just like the 100 of other things in the past 3 years where they said, that's just a conspiracy theory. And then 6 months later, or a year later, or 2 years later, it ends up, that's what they're actually doing. But there's some people who are aware of information, who can see patterns, and that where they're eventually pushing this, and that's where they're eventually going with all this stuff. Maybe that's why they've included the farm GKB, because that's what I see in it, is that it's more of a push to look at your body and medication and how they react, and the push for the biosecurity state, which is what COVID helped to move forward, and the biosensors that are being developed in technology.
Yeah. So Farm GKB is an NIH funded resource that provides information about how human genetic variation affects response to medications. Farm GKB collects, curates, and disseminates knowledge about clinically actionable gene drug associations and genotype phenotype relationships. When using Farm GKB, you will see different types of information. These are detailed in the sections below. Just as a side note, I'm gonna make sure to include a link to this website into the show notes so people can explore this for themselves and have fun doing so, because this is a pretty interesting website.
And especially for the gene drug associations in the second line, that's what the genetic therapies are. It's the drug and how it affects your genes. That's the whole point of genetic therapy, which is what the mRNA mod RNA injections were
So
doing.
these are detailed in the sections below that last sentence. The first section is the prescribing information. Prescribing information includes clinical guidelines for how to adjust treatment for certain medications based on a person's genetic information. Several organizations around the world write these guidelines, and the Farm GKB provides annotations of them on our website. This is really interesting. This is really interesting stuff here. Let me get a link to this website over into the chat right now, because Sarah's in the chat right now. She's asking for a link, so let me make sure I can get that over there. That should give you a start, Sarah, and it'll be in the show notes for everybody else. But drug label annotations are annotations on medication labels that contain pharmacogenomic PGX information. Wow. Pharma GKB provides American, Canadian, European, Swiss, and Japanese medication labels with pharmacogenomic information. Drug label annotations are assigned a level of PGX information, including whether they recommend or require testing a patient for a genetic change before giving them the medication. So, testing a patient for genetic change before giving them the medication? I mean, changed. Does that read to you the same way it reads to me? Like they're changing the patient's genetics?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay. I'm just making sure, because I'm just like, what?
Thanks for asking. Yeah.
But what it's saying is like it'll snowball into something else. But what it's saying here is whether to recommend or require testing a patient for a genetic change that they might have before giving them medication, which might have different results than they expect because you have a genetic change, versus giving the medication to someone who doesn't have that genetic change. So it'll affect them in a certain way. But if you have a genetic change, then the medication will affect you differently. So the way it's phrased there is more like, oh, it's for your safety, to make sure you don't have this genetic possibly anomaly where the medication might have a deleterious side effect. But yeah, it could be. Anyways, this policy will change in the future as more people become accepting of the emerging biosecurity state, and then they'll just use it as the pre-crime thing that Corbett's talked about, where they'll just predict that you're going to get sick and that you have to take these medications, and don't worry, it's safe and effective as usual.
So again, like, I guess it would be kind of standard practice to point out that none of us are doctors, and that you want to explore this website, do it on your own and see what you make sense of it yourself. But it's pretty good stuff that Chris is telling us about, though. I gotta say. It goes on to say medication labels for certain drugs contain advice about how to adjust dose based on genetic information or information on the possibility of adverse effects in people with certain genetic variants, or a discussion of the proteins involved in breaking down the drug in the body. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, maintains a list of American labels that contain pharmacogenomic information. PharmaGKB monitors this list and adds these labels to the website along with a description of the specific pharmacogenomic information. So, wow, like this is quite the website to stumble across. I gotta say, I'm pretty happy that we stumbled across it, but. And what do you know, this actually kind of leads into the next thing that I had on the game plan for this evening, guys, and it had to do with whether or not ivermectin has been approved for the treatment of COVID, and this whole discussion that's been going on. I mean, this is what we're going to get into next, and I mean, I will be playing a clip from the Jimmy Dore show that I came across earlier this week. And
is that the horrible horse dewormer that no one should take because it's a horse dewormer?
Yeah, it's a horrible horse dewormer that
God.
has never won a Nobel Prize in chemistry, or what was it? A Nobel Prize for what? But it hasn't been given to. It's the one,
billions of people.
The veterinary medicine that's that billions of doses have been given to people over the course since its invention, right? In like the 1970s, I think.
Those people must have mistakenly been categorized as people instead of horses. Those were actually billions of doses for horses. That's
Chris. I don't know if you knew this, but some people.
I'm being facetious.
I know. I'm trying to joke with it. Yeah, you ruined the joke. Okay. But anyways, like this is pretty crazy stuff. You guys want to watch this video because it's pretty fun.
I'm game.
All right, here we go. Let me stop sharing this one. We'll start sharing a different one. All right, guys.
So the big news was from yesterday, the last year's show, the FDA lawyer in court, because they have to go to court now, and they have to defend all the stupid stuff they said about ivermectin. Because we all know that ivermectin is a Nobel Prize-winning human medicine that has saved billions of lives around the world, just not here in America.
I didn't know until this lawyer announced it.
And so they took him to court, and now they have to say, well, yeah, sure, you should be able to prescribe a super safe drug off-label like every other drug. And so now the FDA is backtracking, and here's what Brett Weinstein said. He said, the ivermectin story completes a picture of the racket our system has become. The media, government, academy, pharma, and tech teamed up against the people, exacerbating a man-made disaster and demonizing resistors in order to mass administer a deadly, ineffective, unnecessary shot. Now, that's not true. It was certainly safe and effective, and it was necessary, and it slowed the spread, and it stopped people from getting super sick and hospitalized and dead. But that's what he said.
What if hospital beds became overclogged with sick people?
There's no way we could ever get more hospital beds. Where would you get more hospital beds? They make them on other planets.
Were they supposed to stop running at a profit?
So here, the reason why I'm showing you this is because someone put this together, I think at the Washington Post, and this is kind of stunning. Watch this.
Labor Day weekend, you did? Yeah.
Before COVID, by the way, I used to be very proud that I was part of the comedy community, that I was a stand-up comedian, and the fraternity of stand-up comedy. I was really proud. There's individuals I didn't like in comedy, like anywhere, but I was proud of it because we were always skeptical of power, and we always allowed other people the freedom to express themselves artistically, and we're for freedom of speech. And first of all, well, that's all gone now. And now they do stuff like this. They do big pharma propaganda smugly. They're smugnerant. They don't know the first thing what they're talking about, but they're smug about it.
Not knowing anything, by the way, that's just your right as an American. It's the part where you can't believe that somebody else looked up something and you're outraged about it that I can't get past.
That's the new America.
Yeah, Americans got together to fire up the grill, grab a cold beer, and toss back some horse dewormer.
But don't worry about the anti-vaxxers being unprotected, because they have found a new drug that also does not protect them. It's called Ivermectin, which is a horse dewormer. So you'll probably still get COVID, but on the bright side, you could win the Preakness.
Got him.
Wow, you could win the Preakness. The Preakness being an annual race in Baltimore, Maryland, Kurt, where the majority of black people remain unvaccinated. Figures for a guy who once voted for Strom Thurmond.
Did he?
That's what the joke says.
Wait, he really voted for Strom Thurmond was you ever see his funeral with Obama making excuses for him?
Oh, no, I didn't.
His eulogy, like, look, a person's record's long. They don't.
Well, back to this.
Opponents say the science behind ivermectin is clear. In fact, we've been sent a demonstration of just how it defends your bloodstream from the virus.
So how much do you think Pfizer paid for that graphic?
I think Pfizer wrote the bit themselves and just told them to do it. It's that bad.
That's how bad this is.
I don't even think he put his writers that aren't the best onto this.
I don't know who writes for his show.
No, they stink, whoever they are.
We've still got a lot of pandimwits out there. People are still taking this
People who are actually looking into things that I'm talking about on national television. He didn't look into ivermectin because if he would have, he would know that what he's saying is stupid. It's as dumb as the people he thinks he's making fun of.
And also it was phobic because pandimwit, I believe, is a gender.
It's also... Okay, here we go.
Mectin. This poison, the poison control centers have seen this spike in calls from people taking this live.
And I know that because the people who've been lying about everything told me that. They wouldn't possibly lie about calls to poison centers. That's not totally made up, is it?
Even Colbert didn't lie that hard in his joke.
It's this. Like I'm sorry about Jimmy. This is unbelievable. And he's not going to apologize for it. So that shows character.
He's not even going to know about it.
You're right. He's not even going to know about it.
Who's going to even know about this? I guarantee I'll mention it to somebody.
And they'll still go,
and they'll go, what? You have to literally have your phone and show them the authoritative source.
They still don't.
Yeah.
When the new lie is that they never said the vaccine would stop the virus dead and would stop. That's the new lie, that they never said it. So I can show them a video of them saying it. Everybody from Fauci to Biden to Rachel Maddow saying that exact thing.
To my friends,
and they don't go, wow, somebody lied to me and said that they never said that. I wonder why they lied to me. They don't care.
Well, now you know how Michael Jackson got away with it.
That's right. Here we go. There's more.
Medicine to fight the coronavirus. But they won't take the vaccine, which is crazy. It's like if you're a vegan and
It's crazy that they won't take an experimental medical treatment with no long-term studies being given to us by the biggest murderous criminals in the history of the world, Big Pharma. It's weird that people are skeptical of that. And it turns out now we know that they were all rightfully so. So here we go.
But they won't take the vaccine, which is crazy. It's like if you're a vegan and you're just like, no, I don't want a hamburger. Give me that can of Alpo instead.
Alpo dog food is owned by Nestle, which also owns Nestle Health Science, a pharmaceutical company. So I think an anti-vaxxer would probably make their own frickin' dog food.
Yeah, really?
Okay.
I gotta say, when I first heard that Fox News was pushing ivermectin, I knew it was going to be bad, but I was not expecting it to be horse dewormer. Sounds like the name of a drug they give super soldiers in a Paul Verhoeven movie to turn them into RoboCops. You know, someone at the company that made ivermectin once said, hey, should we put not for people on the horse pill labels? And someone else said, there's a picture of a horse on the bottle.
Is that so the doctor who's prescribing it won't be confused? What again?
What a
how do
fucking
they
retard.
never?
So how no one ever looked into? You never looked into? Oh, ivermectin's a human medicine. It's safer than Tylenol. It's been prescribed. So what this is? So you remember when Trump said shithole countries?
Mm-hmm.
This is their version of shithole countries, because it's been prescribed billions of times in countries in Africa and India and Asia. South America, Central. It's been billions of times. Saved billions of lives, but not here in this country because it's not diseases that we have. And so this is their version of shithole country. All those billions of people who have taken ivermectin are dumb, redneck, shithole people. That's what, and that's just a lazy, arrogant smugness, which is why I have way more disdain for this type of liberal that I ever could have thought I could.
You see Norm trash him the best. on
Yes.
CNN.
Norm Macdonald made fun of Seth Meyers. They asked him a question about his opinion on something. He goes, "Oh God, well, the great Seth Meyers is
He
weighed
goes,
in."
I always before I wonder if something's funny, I say, what would Seth Meyers do?
Seth Meyers, he's alienating more rednecks than Meryl Streep. Here we go.
Fine.
So,
Back to this asshole.
ivermectin is ineffective against COVID. And when used incorrectly, it can kill you. Worst of all, it tastes yucky. Luckily, the internet is loaded with advice on how to make it more palatable, including mixing it with jellies or eating it as a sandwich. Or throw it on your roast beef. Technically, it is horsey sauce.
I bet nobody did that. Because that wasn't a video. Somebody, oh, you know, a sandwich. That was the lying article from
Like the exact opposite of what comedians are supposed to do. You're supposed to debunk that propaganda because you're being lied to by billion-dollar corporations in order to make more money. But of course they're paid by those same corporations, so they can't make those jokes. And they like that guy.
I thought I was supposed to grow a weird white mustache and do as I'm told.
That guy, he didn't take a bunch of pills so he could get through that show. You know what I mean? Like
really?
He's like, they've somehow done some kind of mental trick where they just don't let in accurate information. He became the thing he used to make fun of.
Well, you know how Scientologists, they don't know, they never knew about Xenu because they're like, don't go online and read about Scientology, it's lies.
But
It's like a really great system that they've pioneered across all of society.
One commenter explained, I take it by hiding it in a banana. Is that what it's going to take to get you to accept actual medicine?
Like as if ivermectin is an actual medicine. Isn't that weird that he would say that? Is that what it's going to
downgraded from horse medicine to not even medicine?
Now it's not even medicine.
Case, can I interest you in a delicious banana?
Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices.
I mean, you get more honesty from a Real Housewives than you get from these fucking late night comedians.
Yeah.
And it's unbelievable. Okay. These assholes make James Corden look like a nice guy.
About who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack? Yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo? Rest in peace, Wheezy.
I could see Jimmy Kimmel dropping cluster bombs.
I'm sure he has a joke about how they're good.
I bet he does. Cluster bombs are good. It only kills Russians.
I was trying to find like stuff where people are saying how cluster bombs are good. I found only a couple channels. Most of them will like make an excuse for it. Only a couple are like, but this is a good thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I wish you would send me them who are like it. I'd love to see it.
Okay.
So that's why I'm embarrassed when people ask me on airplanes now, what do you do for a living? I tell them I give speeches at colleges. I don't want to tell them I'm a comedian because I would say 95% of the comedy community that I saw anyway, the clubs that I go to and the specials that I've watched were a complete letdown, and they folded into the Nazis. They went along with the Nazis. That's what they did. And shame the people, not only that, but shame the people who stood up to them. they shamed dissent and skepticism. That's what comedy did as a community, and they're still doing it. And none of them are going to apologize for it.
Do you remember the thing of he's one of these guys who's just asking questions?
Yeah.
I've heard that said derisively.
Yes.
And I was
shaming you for asking questions.
And I'm like, who the hell is like just asking questions to be a troll?
Right?
Are you just saying that because you don't want to answer any goddamn questions?
That's right. Again.
Or, oh, he's a contrarian. I looked up what a contrarian is. Do you know what it is? It's someone who goes against the popular sentiment, but it was first used for people who pick stocks. It was a Wall Street term for a guy who doesn't go with the herd. You know, so the guy who's right.
Yeah.
That's what it originally meant. And now it means just a jerk.
I'm proud of the comedy I did during COVID and after, and I'm sure a lot of those guys, hopefully, and we've seen.
I'm fine with the comedy I did.
Hopefully, the people who did those jokes or those anti-jokes, because that's not comedy, they did propaganda disguised as comedy, and shamed people for getting informed about an experimental medical treatment they're being forced to take. Hopefully, maybe someday those people will then do jokes about how dumb they were to shame other people for doing what you're supposed to do as a grown-up and be skeptical and ask questions of authority when you're being told to accept something.
Okay, maybe when we'll see if these Trump charges stick, and maybe.
Again, I can forgive all those guys for that if they asked. They never will.
I can't. So I'll pull it from there. But no, I can't forgive them. Fuck them. They tried to kill us. So fuck them. So, but what do you guys think about it? Sarah, hey, what's up? Thanks for coming on. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I was just watching. It was like you were pulling up some pretty interesting things.
Well, thank you. I think Chris had to go for a minute because he was holding his baby, but I'm happy that there he is. He's back. Let me bring him back in. All right. Yeah. But well, thank you, Sarah, for that. You know, to try to come up with some interesting things to share. So, but
And the medical website is very interesting.
yeah, that was actually just that's actually something that we just stumbled upon. I didn't even plan on clicking on that link, but I was just like, what's this pharma? I thought it was funny. It looked like KGB to me for a second. I'm like, but I don't know. That was pretty interesting for sure.
I'd say it'd be a good website for anybody to kind of really look at pretty deeply, just because, it just was. I guess it was triggering me a little bit because I'm like, because. You know, people like me are often, as like chronic patients, we're often thrown kind of into that world, almost, not necessarily against our wills, but kind of in a way something we don't want happening. So they do that, and it is all like experimentation when they're putting in like gene therapy stuff. And they're looking at the human genome, and it's like very specific, and it's just really crazy because when they're using it for treatments, it doesn't always go as anything is predicted with that kind of science. Even though they're like, "Oh, it's set in stone," I'm like, "Well, the hell it is," because the human body says otherwise. Even if like the theory is supposed to go one way, it doesn't necessarily do that. So,
well, we've seen no shortage of gene therapies being introduced and being put into people in recent times for sure. It's nuts. Like I remember I had past tense a friend when all of these things were being rolled out, and I was saying, man, I don't know. It seems like this thing's going to be a gene therapy, anything that's going to messing with things like RNA and DNA. I don't know if I really want to do anything with that, and he just was
and it's not going to stop there either. And like, I've already been, my even the doctor I see, the specialist I see, and like I've seen it online through various, CF type of sites and stuff where they're talking about the mRNA gene therapy for treating cancer and new CF treatments. So, like, I look at that, and they're starting to studies with specifically mRNA technology, and I'm like, gotta look more into that because that sounds a little bit scary after the last few years that we've been hearing all about that stuff. So it's not going to stop there. They're just gonna keep adding that into more and more things.
Yeah, that was the purpose of. Well, they were waiting for the scamdemic, or whether it was engineered or just taken advantage of, probably engineered with Event 201 as a preparation just before. But I think it was in 2019. I forget when exactly, but there was like a video. Someone did like a news story or something where they were talking to experts in genetic therapy with mRNA, mod RNA, and they were talking about how this is the next big boom for the medical industry because it's like a scaffold. They're talking about it as a scaffold where you can just build whatever you want to treat whatever you want. But it wasn't like, hasn't been tested, it's not known to be safe, so they needed an excuse to push it through with emergency authorizations without any verification of its efficacy or safety. And then once people get to accept that, then the cancer was one of the big things for money making, and then anything else they want to, they're just going to plug in the genetics of what they're trying to combat, and then it just builds like with their models, it just builds something that'll target it. Whether it actually does it or not, that's beside the point. It's just to
Is
make money. Yeah.
irrelevant to them ultimately. Yeah, you're right. And like they know that cancer, all they have to do is say the C word, the dirty C word, and it's going to trigger everybody to support it, whether it's something that's good or not. And like I hear that all the time, all the time. I'm swimming in it. So like I'm swimming in this this world of like medical mush. And like I get lots of information from lots of different places, like patients and people telling me what's going on, and even nurses will tell me some very curious things. And even some of them will like pull up like, oh, did you see this study? And they'll print it out for me and everything. And I'm like, oh. So it's kind of funny how there's even people who are in the people who serve in the medical industry as like, like the nurses and things like that they're noticing how bad it's kind of getting, and like how kind of just off the rails that it's getting with all medical treatment. And I don't think all nurses are actually very happy with that.
Do you guys remember like a decade ago they were talking about universal vaccine and like a vaccine for everything, basically, like just one thing?
I remember hearing something about that, but I spent a lot of time in and out of the country, so I wasn't as like the last, maybe not the last few years, but like before that, 10 years on and off, I wasn't so engrossed in the US medical system when they were talking about that kind of stuff, but I did hear about that, and I'm like, that sounds maybe like not a great idea.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just seems like a thing that could be so wrong, but it seems like this mRNA stuff, this mRNA technology would be that, where they could kind of they could subtract and then insert, they got the mRNA with that, oh, this one's for, the flu, or this one's for COVID, or this one's for malaria, and it's all mRNA. They just delete and add whatever they want in there to have it be the thing that
In
they're
the past
treating.
year or two ago, the military is the one that's leading this. They're already working on it, but it's not just like the technology that already exists as a scaffold to build whatever you want. They want to actually make one vaccine, like you were talking about, like they were talking about 10 years ago or whatever. But they want right now with the mRNA technology, they're working on making a vaccine to treat like everything. One shot to treat like, I don't know, dozens of things at once. So I don't know if they
Yeah.
have it ready, but they were working on it. It was covered by Ryan Christian or Grand Theft World or whatever, or Corbett in the past like 3 years that the military was actively working on it, and they were going to come out with a solution. I think they did this year for COVID and the flu together, and I think RSV. I don't remember the R, syncytial virus. But it's like
Respiratory.
respiratory syncytial virus, and they have like people are crazy enough to take it. I guess one thing, it's a cure-all. One thing to cure a bunch of things in their minds.
I'll be happy to be in the control group. I'll be fine with it.
I was actually kind of hopeful because I did hear, unfortunately, from people who are like, comfortable with stuff like vaccines, and they take their flu shot every year, and I mean, I could tell you the horror stories of what people have told me over years about even just the flu vaccine, their experiences with it. But even through this like latest thing where they're mixing it, they're combining it with the two. Even people I know who recently who would get the flu shot every year, they're like, I'm not even going to do that because of everything that's been going on, and now they're mixing it. And I'm like, okay, so that gives me some hope that, people are kind of in their own ways slowly starting to look at things a little bit differently than maybe they would have a few years ago. So
It's just any time any institution or group, we can call it just a group, is so pushy about one thing in particular, you got to be cautious. I don't understand why you just throw caution to the wind and just do what you're told is like the normal thing to do these days. We're all part of a generation of people that were raised to not give in to peer pressure. The whole Nancy Reagan just say no type of thing that was a part of all of our upbringing. I'm assuming, excuse me for the assumption, but we all seem to be in relatively close age. And that's a part of a big part of the way I was raised was don't give in to peer pressure. If your friends jumped off a bridge, would you jump off the bridge too? And I was always a fresh little wise ass. I'd say it depends on what the bridge is going over. But I mean, that's a big part of it. It's like, where did that mentality go? It went right out the window because of fear. And I can understand fear, but it's just, there's no little part of the back of your head, in the back of these people's brains, it's going, no, don't do this. It's not worth it. It's not worth the risk. I mean, what do you guys think about that?
that's how I was raised. Like, don't do what everyone else is doing just because they're doing it,
Yeah.
But it's not because everyone else is doing it. It's because authority says that it's a good thing to do. She wants to give me the baby, so I gotta go.
All right,
See ya.
Chris. I'll include a link to your website in the show notes when I do post. So, bye, Chris. Thanks for joining us. All right.
Yeah, I agree with what Kurt said. He said the person who is not part of the herd is right.
Yeah, for sure. But I have a little more information about this too. I mean, I can pull up this article here from Zero Hedge, so we can kind of get a more serious outlook, or look at this situation. And from Zero Hedge, this was written a week ago on August 12th, 2023, posted at 6:58 a.m. And we get that information right here. Any good article, guys and gals out there, any good article is going to post exactly when they're going to put it right in the article, exactly when they posted it. So this is by Tyler Durden. So anyways, doctors are free to prescribe ivermectin to treat COVID-19, a lawyer representing the U.S. FDA said this week. So oral arguments on August 8th in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. That's when Ashley Chung Honold, a Department of Justice lawyer representing the FDA, said, that's what she said. FDA explicitly recognizes that doctors do have the authority to prescribe ivermectin to treat COVID. The government is defending the FDA's repeated exhortations to people to not take ivermectin for COVID-19, including posts that said, "Stop it." And the case was brought by 3 doctors who allege the FDA unlawfully interfered with their practice of medicine with the statements. A federal judge dismissed the case in 2022, prompting an appeal. Quote, "The fundamental issue in this case is straightforward. After the FDA approves the human drug for sale, does it then have the authority to interfere with how that drug is used within the doctor-patient relationship? The answer is no," unquote, from Jared Kelson, representing the doctors. That's what he told the appeals court. Then the FDA on August 21st, 2021, wrote on X, formerly known as Twitter, "You're not a horse. You're not a cow. Seriously, y'all, stop it." So somebody else pointed out something about this "seriously, y'all" comment in a different video, but like what they didn't say is that that's obviously just kind of pointing toward a certain demographic in this country, namely people like, I don't know, from the South, because that's kind of a part of their vernacular, would be to use a term like y'all. So, I mean, it's just a more subtle, divisive language that's being used about toward people from these sophisticated people from the FDA. But here's the story from Twitter that they're talking about right there on the screen, and it can still be found. We could click on this and it can be found. In fact, we could even go to that next if we wanted to. It's an entire article. But yeah, I mean, it just kind of goes through here, but we can stop sharing it and talk about that. But it seems like it wasn't really about, that they should use it. It's just about they can use it. Is that what you guys took away? Jerry, what did you get away from that?
Well, I'm just thinking about the Jimmy Dore video, how Jimmy was saying that they should be debunking this instead of, seems like they're getting paid by these same companies. So what do you think, Sarah?
I didn't really hear a lot of what he was saying. That was the video of the comedian, right?
Yeah.
And well, the thing I caught from him was that I thought it was funny that he was kind of like making fun of the comedic world that he is part of, and how all the comedians in his circle were kind of just all making like they were just basically like, making it, making fun of anybody who was against vaccination. And that, like, I just thought that was really, really interesting that was coming from I thought it was interesting. I would think if there was any group in the entertainment industry that would be kind of against all of that stuff, it might be the comedians, like the majority of the comedians, because it's like, I don't know if it's just a stigma or whatever about comedians, like they're all kind of just and they all just kind of hate everything anyway. So when, like, you know, fucked up shit happens in the world, like, that's how they deal with it, is through comedy. And I was just really surprised comedians jumping on the whole, like, pro-vaccine stuff at all. Like, I just remember that during that whole time frame. But yeah, I mean, that was what I mainly caught from him.
Well, if you think about it, like a lot of the entertainment industry kind of trickles down like this. They shut down the venues that these people go to perform. This goes for comedians, bands, what have you. And next thing you know, these people, comedians, bands, they're not making money. And then the government comes out and says, "Oh, we can open back up, but based on these guidelines, and everyone has to be vaccinated." So of course, there's going to be big named comedians and bands out there going, "Come on, guys, go get your vaccines." Like people like Jello Biafra from the Dead Kennedys, and people like some certain groups of comedians because they want to go on tour, they want to make their money. So they're choosing money over truth. Of like, no, maybe effective or not, we should still be exercising caution because it is an experimental medicine, an experimental medical procedure that can only be done if there's no. Come on, Wade, get off of me. But there's only one way that such an emergency use authorization can be given out, is if there's no other medical treatments that can be applied to the situation. This is why we saw things like hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and things of the like being shot down so heavily by mainstream people, is because this vaccine that they're rolling out and people are already taking, the billions of dollars that went into the funding of this thing, not only in the experiments or the testing or the actual production of the vaccine itself, but the billions of dollars of advertising that went into it as well. All of these things, and then you think about it, then the channels that people like Kimmel and Corbett, not Corbett, but what's his name? Stephen Colbert, and Seth Meyers, these late night talk show host clowns, they're on these channels that are sponsored by the very company that's making the vaccines that they're pushing. So it's like they're paid stoolies of these pharmaceutical industries, right? And now they can't go against that, so they're part of a different crowd, so in all ways, like it's kind of like a battlefield on multiple fronts. You have the lower level guys that just want to go back out there so they can start touring and doing their jobs and getting paid again, just like anyone else would want to, right? I mean, that's kind of a very common response to what we saw happen after lockdowns and everything. Everybody wanted to go and get back to work, and we don't want the economy to go to shit, which is like pretty, okay, we don't want that to happen, but we want to get back to work. We want to be able to get our jobs back and, do all these things. And we can't do that. They're saying we can't do that. They're holding us hostage. It was a hostage situation, basically. You get this thing or else. And then enough of us were like, no, we're not doing it. And then, they let up. It's just like that thing that we were talking about earlier with the Misinformation Governance Board. It's a cybernetic feedback loop. They're doing this thing. They're testing it. They're pushing the envelope. They're pushing the boundaries of what they can and cannot get away with, testing every single one of us. And then they pull back, and then they come at it again, But yeah, I mean, that's what I see. That's why I say fuck these people, because it's like, dude, like, who knows how many of us are going to have a serious, reaction to this thing. If we all took it, then there is no control group. That's what I mean by what I just said. Like the implications of what I just said, alluding to like, maybe I took the vaccine. I did not. What I'm saying is that if we all took it, then there is no control group. Right. And then once the people start dropping off like flies, dying all over the place, then everyone can just go, well, we don't know what's happening. There is no control group in this anymore. because everybody took the vaccine, you know?
Yeah.
So you can't blame the vaccine because there's no one to go, well, what about the people that didn't take it? Are they getting myocarditis, pericarditis? Are they dropping dead on sports fields all over the place? Are they having strokes? Are they having the blood clots? There would be no group where you can look at and see those things. So
Yeah, that stuff drove me absolutely crazy. I'm just like, since, and then you've got, it was like this whole like joke that went across everything of the Oregon Trail that died of suddenly. And I'm like, oh my God, I need a t-shirt of that. But it was like, that stuff drove me just crazy that like people were like, what's happening? What, I can't figure out what's going on. And I'm like, and like, it must be climate change, or, you know, there's something going on with the water here. I'm like, hold on a second. What is the one thing, the one factor? And this is like how like the scientific method can work and come into play when you're doing like theory, like, and you're playing with theory and science and experimentation on stuff. What, when you look at the whole thing as a whole, and you're like, what's the one factor that took place where something like everybody did one thing, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you have the majority of those people coming up with like a handful of very odd, very rare, very like untimely type of conditions going on, like 10-year-olds having strokes, and people who have a 30-40 year track record of being perfectly healthy, almost nothing wrong with them, barely having a cold, and suddenly they have like Bell's palsy. Or people who have very good health, very good diets, nothing wrong with them, nothing wrong with their organs, nothing wrong with their hearts, nothing, and all of a sudden they're having aneurysms. And it was like a handful of things, and that's what I noticed about all of that stuff. It was a handful of things, a handful of very odd, rare things that were taking place. So that the control group, or the people who didn't take that shot, that's, I guess that is the control group, people who just didn't take it, because there's no record that I've seen that's tracking people who didn't take the shot of things like that just suddenly happening for no reason. Like if they've happened to a person like that, then you can actually track it biologically. You can see the history of what may have caused it. And in the other group, you can't. It's just not there. And so, like, you know, it just, I thought that was all, it was so blaringly obvious to me watching all of that stuff happen. And I'm like, I mean, and then you're going to tell me climate change is the cause. When I saw that in the news, I nearly dropped dead. I'm like, really? The weather, you know, in like millions of years of weather we've had on this planet, and like hundreds of thousands of years of human beings on this planet, has that ever been a thing where weather just causes like dying of suddenly? And then they came up, I don't know if you heard of this, they actually came up with the the adult version of SIDS. They call it SADS. Oh, oh, that's fitting. I thought that was really strange.
Yep.
So
like out of nowhere,
yeah.
here's this new thing. Exactly. I mean, then there's like there was the commercial about myocarditis in children that dropped a while back. Did you guys see that? Oh, Jerry, you didn't see that? Let me see if this is it. We can play it because this is some serious shit right here.
I've been into fashion since I can remember. But one day I had a stomach ache so bad I didn't want to do anything. The team at New York Presbyterian said it was actually my heart. It was severely swollen, something called myocarditis. But doctors gave me medicines and used machines to control my heartbeat. They saved me. So now I can become the next great fashion designer.
Yeah. So that was like last year.
All of a sudden,
Yeah.
I,
I've never heard of any child under the age of 18, unless they have a serious, rare condition,
no,
having any real problems with their heart like that.
Right.
That's very strange.
Never mind like hearing about any child having a problem with their heart like that. Hearing about like, have you ever in your life ever heard the word myocarditis or pericarditis before? Never.
Not me. 40 years.
Never.
Growing up in a hospital, I've never heard that term before.
Nope. Not once.
So, yeah. What was the other thing we were talking about? I've never heard. I can't remember it now, but it was like another term they started using during that whole time frame, and I had never heard of it before. And I was like, why are all these new terms coming up? And it's like, even with the thing with masking.
I think that there's a good, not a good reason, but there's a good explanation as to why the new terms, if they're dropping new terms in the public sphere, or, I think it might be a way for them to better confuse people, to make new terms, and then they can kind of like define them as they go in a way. I guess there could be something there about that. But I mean, this like, but what do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, when they want to maybe start controlling people medically, it's very easy to change and manipulate the terminology because most people can't keep track of that stuff anyway. So it's very easy to do that. I mean, half the time they're speaking another language already. So to change the common terminology is easy to do.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I mean, and then people, the psychological state of people, they're just like afraid. Yeah, it's a hell of a state of mind to be in. And then you want it to end. That's the thing about it, right? When you're in a state of fear, you just want it to end. And you're like, oh, whatever I got to do to make it end. That's like the fight, flight, or freeze response. That's what like your brain does to like figure it out, kind of an instinctual response. But then there's more of a cognitive response to it as well, where you just want it to end. Okay, what do I got to do? And you just, I don't know. That's why the last couple weeks I've been reading the Dumbing Us Down, the Hidden Curriculum of Mandatory Schooling in America, and by John Taylor Gatto, is because that book actually kind of starts explaining, where these people's mentalities are given to them and how they're given to them. And, it kind of gives us a better look into, why some of us tick the way that we do. So, I mean, and it's a very good explanation for it. I have one more article about this that I want to make sure I shared here, and it's from the Gateway Pundit. But let me just do it this way instead. There was something actually the other day that you had mentioned that I was hoping. There was a lot of people in that show the other day, but you and Angela had mentioned something about like asking the universe, like this process of asking the universe. And I was wondering if we could kind of go into that a little bit more before I end the show this evening. And well, I have another story to go into, another one of these like while you weren't looking type of stories. But you were, I forget the exact context, but you were talking about, at this process of asking the universe and you getting what you ask, ask for kind of. And I was hoping that we would have had a little bit more time on Chris's show to go into that, because it seems that could be some confusing language, right? People might hear that and not know exactly what that means. And I was going to bring up before that show ended that, like, through our actions, that is the way that we're asking, and it's like this karmic response, or like this karmic debt that we build up, and that we're going to the consequences of those actions, and that's what it meant. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. But the thing is I think it all works together, like I suppose like kind of a recipe, like a spiritual type of recipe. I think I think that it's like, okay, so for example, like say you're baking a cake, and you've got all the ingredients on the counter for the cake, but you decide, because you want it to be a faster, quicker process. I don't know if this analogy is going to work well, but you want it to be a faster, quicker process. You're going to leave like 3 or 4 of the ingredients that it says to leave out. And, all the ingredients to make a cake, you need them all to make it perfect. But if you leave, 2 or 3 or 4 ingredients out of it, it's going to go bad. So, like, the way I see it, like, that's why I think it has to be like the way what I'm kind of talking about with, like, when you get what you ask for, like, and you're putting that out there to the universe, you're asking the universe how you do that, and what you put into that request matters. So, like, thought, emotion, and action, I feel like you have to have all 3 of those things to get what you ask for. But you can also get what you ask for if you're only using thought and action, or only emotion and action. And when that happens, when you're doing that, it causes like chaos and just,
right.
Like you're getting what you asked for. But the thing is you left some of the shit out that you were supposed to put into that recipe.
Mm-hmm.
So, it changes what you're asking for. It changes what you're asking spirit for, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, thought, emotion, action, that is the individual trinity that we all individually possess. Action is the manifestation of your thoughts and emotions working together. So through our actions, we roam the land, we interact with others, and we put this energy out there. And that is the part of the equation where the universe is being presented with what could be referred to as question, which is us, through our actions, asking the universe for consequences, whether they be good or bad. Consequence is not a negative or positive word, it's a neutral word. It's our actions that dictate the type of consequence that comes our way. So through our actions, we are asking the universe millions of questions a day. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but let's have fun. And maybe not millions, but we're certainly doing that. Is the process in which we're doing that. So
and like action is, that's like how we interact with the physical, maybe even the non-physical realm for some people. But it's thought and emotion is how we do that, because we have to have both of those things too, I think, to be able to interact properly with our fullest selves correctly. And then just think about like I would do like a lot of people kind of watching, and I'd see people who interact with their actions like that, like what you're saying, but they're only using thought. Like it's thought first and then act straight to action, or they're using emotion. Like, ever meet somebody who's like very emotional and they wear it out on their sleeve for everyone to see. So all of their actions are actually being controlled by their emotions. So it's the same thing when people are interacting with their action and they only use thought first, and they're not people who want to use any emotion, so they just cut all that out. And so all their actions are through thought. So that kind of deadens. Like it's a weird kind of, like I see it as like a weird kind of imbalance. Like people who are all using all emotion to act with are on the side where they're just completely overwhelmed with spirit, even though they don't even really understand that what they're tapping into. Like they can't manage the information. And the people who are using thought only to interact instead of using thought and emotion, it's the same problem on the other side. They're deadening themselves and to like almost everything that might connect them back to that. So I don't know, like that's kind of how I've just noticed how a lot of people who I end up being around, I see that in them.
Well, I think now about this stimulus response process and how the stimulus is your reaction to what's happening around you. And that could be equated to the thought. And then the response is going to be what we see as action. And in between then is the processing. And this is what we can equate to emotion. So you have your stimulus thought, which is your metaphysical reaction to the things that are happening around you, your processing power, which is your way you start to feel about them, or otherwise known as emotion, and then your response, which is action, right? Physical response. So all of it is really a response in this manner of explanation. It's all really a response to the outside world, but it's the inner processes that influence the outer response that everyone can see and recognize, that I'm kind of going through here. And when you don't have your thought and emotion kind of working in balance with your actions are gonna kind of betray that thought that you're having. And your actions actually kind of betray your thoughts all the time. I think that's where people mistakenly find themselves in this idea that they're psychic. I don't think that they're necessarily psychic in the sort of supernatural way. I think that maybe they have a hyper realization or a hypersensitivity. They're able to read people's body language and actions in such a fine degree that they're able to actually kind of get a better insight on what that person could be thinking. And then maybe they're really good at calling it out, but that doesn't make them like telekinetic or or telepathic. Excuse me. Telekinetic is moving things. Telepathic is like type of stuff. But anyways, like it is very important, of course, to be harmonized as best possible with these things, because your actions carry an energetic weight to them. Of course, no one can deny that, right? Because this is where we see the physical manifestation of energy. This is where we use our energy, and this is where we put our energy. Let me put it this way: this is where we put our energy to use, is in the physical realm. But then the thought, there's also a vibratory energy to thought as well. Your thoughts put energy out into the universe as well. So this is why it's important to be in harmony and to tell the truth and to realize the truth and not lie to yourself, is because that's going to distort Everything else that comes from that, I firmly think that it all starts in the realm of thought. That's why I think that it's always referred to as thought, emotion, then action, in that order, because that is the order in which you need to start practicing these things in order to be able to harmonize the way that people think, the way that they're able to either think for themselves or have other people do the thinking for them is going to drastically change the outcome and influence these people's actions, each and every one of us. So this is why this entire show this evening has been about like what people think, who's putting those ideas in their heads, and should we be able to better question things and have open debate. That's why I talked about the fires in Maui, censorship on the internet. You see where I'm going with this, the second chat is so. And I was hoping that you'd call in, Sarah, because I was hoping for your assistance on this, because it was that thing the other day that made me go, I need to talk about this and try to get to the bottom of this kind of thought, emotion, action process, because this is where we do the healing. This is where the solutions happen, is in this trinity, thought, emotion, and action. And if we can gain a better understanding of what each of us, how that process works within each of us, then the outcomes will be better. And it all starts with the truth, coming to grips with the
Absolutely.
truth. So,
and you're right. It all starts with mind, and like going all the way up through the physical manifestation into the spiritual realm. It all starts with mind. So that is where it all starts, is thought.
That's why in the Kybalion, the principle of mentalism is number one. That is the number one principle. It's the first one that you need, the principle of principles. The first one that you need to learn is mentalism. Otherwise, the entire, you could call it a house of cards, you could call it a line of dominoes, whatever. It's not going to work. These principles of natural law, they compound upon one another. It's prerequisite information that you first must understand before moving on to 2, then 3, then 4, all the way up to number 7, and even further beyond that. There's things that you won't understand fully if you don't know the first 7 principles, and you need to know them in order. Mentalism is number 1 for that reason. It all has to do with what's going on between your ears. If you can't make sense of things. So
yeah, it's thought, emotion, and action in that order. And I haven't really focused a whole bunch over the years in trying to get people to really change much of their ways as far as like their deep-seated belief systems, or how they see politics or whatever. I just kind of focused throughout the years of doing like my person-to-person type of work when I worked in the community center and other community events, is that if I could get them to organize themselves mentally using thought, emotion, and action, then this is, in the very least, a very good first step. Even if, like the way I see it, like even taking baby steps is taking steps. So it's, I never like to put on to people the kind of like die-hard type of pressure, like you got to change now, because I can kind of see people in a different perspective, I think, because of my own experiences. So I like to give people the chance to take that information from me and settle with it, because some people need to absorb that, and they need to understand that fully before they can move on to the next thing, and grow from there. And I've seen the change in people even by just doing that. And I've had people come up to me and be like, months later, a couple of years later, they're like, oh, remember when we were talking about this, and then this thing happened to me? And da 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 da. And you know, I've seen some like amazing transformations in people just by doing that alone and giving them that little tidbit on its own. So I don't know. I think that all the other stuff I think is all vitally just as important. However, I think with the way society is in the modern world, how badly we have been in a way kind of medically, generationally damaged, you know, in a biological almost kind of way, I feel. I think there needs to be, like, there were stepping stones that they took to get us here. So I think there needs to be stepping stones to get us out of it. You know, you can't just, some of us can open the door and walk right through it and be like, well, fuck that. You know, but some of us need a little bit more attention. So that's how I kind of operated, and like that's why I think like so strongly that thought, emotion, and action is, that's where you got to start. You got to start with that, balance that, get right with that within yourself, and then we'll talk about moving forward into learning more of the weirder, crazier, wilder stuff that's out there. Let me see how you handle that first, and then we'll talk next week.
Yeah, right. I mean, it is like it all comes back to just asking the right questions, and this is all like the internal process, right? Like the shadow work that people like to call it, shadow work. Asking the right questions of yourself to yourself, and taking the time that's necessary to find the truthful answer to that question, whichever question it may be. And this is inner work. You know, what have I done? What's going on with me? Why do I do this? Why do I feel that way? Why do I react that way? And then sitting there, this is where people have the most trouble, I think, is they're not willing to take the time to actually answer those questions. You know, I don't have the time for that. What do you mean you don't have? You're cheating yourself out of a centered, well-balanced, fulfilled life. You know, you don't have the time for that. Give me a break. You know,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, you don't want to get to know yourself. You don't want to be able to have self-control. You know, what's wrong with you? You know, if you're not in control of yourself, someone else can be in control of you, and that makes you a fucking slave. You know.
Yeah. So I think I was able to get through to a few people using that method alone. And what I did was, like, oftentimes they would give me some kind of situation in their life, and then I would use the recipe of thought, emotion, and action to help them dismantle that situation and like what they thought and felt about it when they first told me about it. Then they would go and they would think about it. They would sit with that, you know, kind of stew with that for a while, and they'd come back and then they go, oh, right. And they would be able to see it clearly. And so that's what I mean, like stepping stones, like taking something that's already happening to them and then giving them the tool to maybe allow them to take the time to truly actually understand what's happening and really think about it and feel through, have the right emotion for it, so that they can take proper action. And you know, I would see that change, like, you know, more and more people would make the change on their own, and they'd start to, you know, just kind of live like that. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I even really explain myself all the time very clearly. I can, you know, only do the best as with my experience, like how I view it, which might be kind of a strange perspective. But yeah, I think that's kind of what I meant by all of that, you know, like when you're talking to your highest self or spirit or whatever, or just, you know, the universe, whatever you want to call it, like, and you're going to get what you ask for. And if you're not using the 3, then it might mess up how the universe responds to you, how spirit responds to you or your situation or whatever.
Well, it's going to consequences, like we said, consequences are going to come your way regardless. It's just whether or not you want to be conscious of why or what happened. You know, these consequences you're coming your way, like, what the fuck made this happen? You know, I mean, there's certain, you know, random things out there that happen that, you know, might not be able to be explained as consequences for your own action, but they're definitely still consequences nonetheless. And then, you know, maybe this might be heavily tilted. What I'm all talking all about is like heavily tilted toward this whole consequentialism thing. But yeah, I mean, this is part of the my God.
Cat's getting in the way.
He just got really
They're
courageous.
like, what are you doing?
But what I was saying is that like this, you know, consequentialism is not the only thing that exists. You know, I mean, there is a random component to what's going on here for sure. You know, we have choice. We have the ability to make choices, free will. We have these things, you know, so I'm not denying that at all. I'm just because I mean, this whole thing about the reason why it seems it's so heavily, you know, implied about, you know, the whole consequentialism thing is that's the whole basis of what I was asking you, Sarah. I know you, you know, I'm just saying for the audience, you know, so we have to be aware that, you know, we're getting what we ask for. And that's why the slavery condition that we're in is not going anywhere anytime soon. It's because not enough people are, first of all, speaking up and speaking out about it, because they don't even realize what's going on with them. They just want to live their materialistic life, and that's it. You know, so many solipsistic, just narcissists. It's sad. It really is.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I got a what's it called? I got a plug-in if that's okay, James.
Yeah.
Richard Grove's mindset lecture and workshop tomorrow. I think this fits in very nicely because he's touching on organization, and we're talking about mentalism and thoughts, emotions, and actions. And this could be beneficial for your audience. Especially, I'm still a learner, so I'm definitely gonna be there, and I hope to see you there.
I'll be there.
Woo.
I'll be there for sure. Oh, for sure, dude. And I'm still a learner too. I'm still a learner. You know, that's just the truth. I'll be a learner for the rest of my life. It's a part of the teachability bell curve. So is part where you want to be. You know, you don't want to be just, you know, so much a learner, and you don't want to be, you know, so arrogant to think that you know everything. So there's a healthy a healthy medium point where you want to be like open, but still confident. You know, so that's where I.
And I think that everybody should really consider themselves a learner, but really, I would almost say a better term for that is scholar, because scholar isn't necessarily somebody who just knows everything. Like, there's a reason why a scholar is a scholar. They're people who study all the time. That's what they do. That's their whole life, and it's not necessarily like it's just being a scholar, really, or just like I mean now today, people may look at that, hear that word, and go, oh well, you know. You have to go to college and you have to have all these kind of credentials. I'm like, not necessarily. You could just be some bookworm who hangs out in a library all day, reading all day and whatever. And really, it's just somebody who, you know, reads and studies all day long. And that's kind of what that really just is. But it was I mean, another person your audience might like, if they haven't already heard of him already, he's pretty well known, is Dr. Joe Dispenza, who I've read a couple of his books, or really the audiobooks of it, and like he's just, I just think that's like really, that's some crazy stuff right there if you like listen to his stuff. And he talks about this kind of stuff too, only I think he really talks about it more on like the, neurosurgeon type of way, like his perspective of being, because I think he was a neurosurgeon or something. I think that's what he was. And then he wrote a few books, and he did a lot of study on the brain and how the physical brain operates, and then how that operates when you're using your mind, which is a different thing. So like I think it's interesting how he kind of differentiates that, or like that's what I got out of it. Like there's your physical brain, the house for your mind, and your mind operates through spirit and your brain operates biologically, and that our bodies are the house for that, our brains are the house for that. So I thought that, like, that's one of the things I got from him. I think that's really interesting. So Dr. Joe Dispenza is a great resource for anybody who's looking to kind of look into more of this kind of stuff as well.
Nice. I'll have to look him up, and get some of his books, like Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself, right?
Yeah.
Becoming Supernatural. Is that right? Evolve Your Brain.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. He does talk about this one story that you guys might find interesting, is that he talks about this study. Well, I guess it was a study, but it was a situation where there was this like group of people who did like mass prayer, and they're all praying together for the same thing. And it was something to do with healing somebody. And what was interesting about it is he talks about how that's basically using thought, emotion, and action, really, if you think about it. They're using this mass prayer. They're all in sync with each other, and they're all asking for this healing effect to take place for this person. And what was interesting about it is that it did take place. The healing took place, but it wasn't for the same people they were praying for. It was like for some other, it happened on this like mass scale in this other hospital or something, where like all these people like just suddenly got better. And like, so it was this like, it's just, you'd have to like read or listen. I listened to the audiobooks, but I just thought it was like so crazy. And it's like, it really gives you a good idea about the power of how powerful the mind can actually be. And if you're using it with the right kind of, intention, like thought, emotion, and action, you're thinking about healing, you're feeling that that this person, these people are being healed, and then you're doing the action of physically requesting it. I thought that was really interesting.
No, that is super interesting for sure.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going over the Hermetic principles.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's laid out in the Kybalion. Mentalism is the first of the Hermetic principles laid out in the Kybalion for sure. And it's very important about just how natural law works, my dude. So another interesting person who speaks about natural law is I think his name is like Matthias De Stefano or something like that. I forget his name, but he's on he's on the Gaia streaming platform. Not streaming platform, but like it's like Netflix for spirituality loving people. But
Yeah, I've seen the TV thing. Like Gaia, it's like a subscription or something.
Yeah, I think his name is Matthias. I can't remember, but
I'm gonna check him out.
yeah, Matthias de Stefano. Mm-hmm. He does a breakdown of the Hermetic principles that I found pretty cool. He kind of juxtaposes it to the chakras, you know, and I thought it was pretty cool the way he breaks it down. So I recommend it. But all right, we got that out of the way. You guys are welcome to stick around for this next thing. It's gonna get dark. We just talked about all this light and happiness and everything like that, but I'm gonna be wrapping up the show after this next clip. But as I've been doing for like the last few weeks or the last few shows, I have this segment where I'm calling it "I had to watch it, so now you do too," and it gets pretty dark at the end here. So this, you're welcome to stick around. This is not safe for work. If anyone's listening to this, like, come back and listen to it some other time. But this is yeah. Thank you. And anyways, we are in like really like dark times here when it comes to what's going on the internet and what children are being exposed to, and the types of websites that people are finding out there. And I don't take joy in bringing this to anyone's attention. I do this because I think that it needs to be brought to people's attention, and if you've already heard this a million times over, I don't expect you to stick around for the rest of this, but I'm going to play it through nonetheless. It's about a 20-minute clip, an interview of this guy. I heard this on Grand Theft World, and I wanted to bring it to my audience, and it's about this hacker who hacked into a website that was the home of a bunch of pedophiles, and is really disturbing. But while everything else is going on, when people are so consumed with fires and presidential elections and political corruption and all these things, there is a dark underbelly to society that is always overlooked, and it's never given proper attention. And I can't help but think that the mainstream media is doing nothing but running a red herring campaign to make sure that stories like this don't get out, and that the proper amount of outrage toward what is actually happening, here, toward the most defenseless of us, which are our children, that outrage isn't happening. And I, for one, am disgusted by it. And I'm going to share my disgust. I'm going to share the thing that's disgusted me so much. I'm going to share it with you guys. So we're going to watch it.
Before I ever caught a single predator in my life, this was the beginning.
Oh my God.
Because the owner of the website happened to be a Democratic politician and ran for Congress 2 times.
You're basically hunting down these people that are exploiting children sexually on the internet and in person.
Yeah.
I know you have a couple of horrific stories. One guy that was, I think it was his daughter in the bathtub.
Yeah. So I'll start, kind of where that all came from. I was at a friend's house, and I got a text message from my friend's wife. And it was multiple photos of screenshots of this website that was, it was clear from the screenshots that the website was on the regular internet, anyone could access it. And should I name the website?
Yeah.
It was, it's no longer up, but it was rapey.co, so rape, EY, .co. Then that website went down, then it ended up being rapey.to, like T as in Thomas, O as in Oscar. So I see this website and I see the content in these screenshots that my friend's wife sent me. She doesn't know anything about computers, but she has kids herself, and she was like, "Can you do something about this?" And I read this content, and one of them was talking about a mother that wanted to have kids and then have the kids be raped so that when the kids grew up that they could, have incest and go even further. I mean, I'll pull up the screenshots because I'd like to explain like where my head was at that time. But as soon as I read these messages, I guess a switch flipped in my brain, and I left my friend's house immediately as I got the text, and I went home. I didn't know for sure that I was going to be able to get into this website. I just knew I wanted to do something about it. And I found a vulnerability in their platform. I got in, and from that point on, I started to exfiltrate the data every single day, all of the users. I noticed that a lot of people were soliciting child pornography on the site. So I didn't want to download those messages in case of the fact that I pull in some images that I'm not allowed to have, and nor do I want. So I made sure to only download the publicly facing stuff, which didn't include it had some very graphic text, but it didn't include anything illegal, which I think it should be illegal to talk that way. But it was horrible stuff.
What were some of the... So you started this basically from a text conversation with a concerned mom. That's what got you into it.
Yeah.
What's some of the text that you saw on rapey.com?
I'd like to read them to you if you want. I still have them.
Read them.
So this is before I ever caught a single predator in my life. This was the beginning and what set my brain off to want to help. But this is before I even heard of this website, before I heard of anything to do with it. Okay, here they are. So the title, should I read these? Like, they're graphic.
Yeah, read them.
So the title of this post is, "Who wants to bang these little and then somebody replied underneath, "I've got first dibs on the little middle." Joseph Fritzl, Maximilian, there's two different users there. Pick for yourselves. And this was the photo that they used.
Oh my God.
That's just one of three. 3 text
These
messages.
girls look like they're 6.
Very young, yeah. And then there was that one story where I told you about I can't see it, but the story I told you about the bathtub situation where there was a father who posted their child in the bathtub, and it said underneath of it, they have no idea what's going to happen to them tonight. And then underneath of that, there were people that were part of this website who were saying what they were going to do to this child. And this wasn't just some fantasy that this guy was talking about. This was a guy posting his child in the bathtub, like for real. Like it really was his child. I assume he was a man, but it was a parent. So that really got to me. And then I got another part of this text message. I'll just read one more of the 3. And this one says that they are a 16-year-old. A lot of these people were role-playing to be children. And in our investigations, we found out there was a lot of actual kids on this website, real kids, that were under 18 at the time of this when I hacked the site.
What are they doing on there?
They're selling their bodies for money to these
kids?
To these people, yeah.
It's kids prostituting themselves.
Yes. Yeah. So one of them, I don't know if this is a real 16-year-old or not, but what was said was pretty disturbing regardless. It said, "God, I really want to be a mom. I need someone who wants to impregnate my little 16-year-old. When I have our daughter, I'd let you do whatever you wanted from whatever age. Make me watch as you hurt her, making her scream, or if you prefer to gently groom her, teaching her how to lovingly. Don't worry if it's a boy. You can watch me teaching him how to properly a woman, teaching him how to slap and hurt me to He'd be so cute trying to hard, but so little.
Oh my God.
So when I got these text messages and reading them even current day right now, it makes me sick to my stomach to even think about, and I know they're gone. So, I mean, not all these people are still out there, but the website's down.
How many people are on this website?
At first, I thought it was a couple thousand. When I cleaned up the database and figured it out, there's about 7,000 people in just this one website, and we have a total of 5.
You have 7,000 people on one website.
And you couldn't become a member of this website unless you answered an application where you had to answer a question that was something like, "Are you okay with doing something horrible with a 3-year-old?" You had to answer that question in detail. I forget the exact verbiage of the question. It's posted somewhere in regards to this interview or Project Veritas, one or the other. But you had to fill that out to become a member of the website you just saw, and which would tell me that either you're an undercover cop or you're an actual predator on the site. I mean, who would answer a question like that, even if they were just curious?
Is there multiple? So it's a whole questionnaire you have to do to get into the site.
There was a few questions, I think 2 or 3, that were really horrible, but you had to answer them, or they would not approve you to join the site.
Is there any other prerequisites to get on sites like these?
Yes. So what I learned in this process, doing the investigation and exporting, everything that I could legally export, I found that they used a chat app called Telegram, and they were going back and forth talking about and they would call it cheese pizza and use all kinds of different phrases for it. And I realized there was these moderators in the chat rooms outside of the website, where if you would send them child pornography, they would let you into another group which was full of child pornography. But of course I couldn't do that, so I never got to see past that part. But I do have evidence of that being a thing because I exported all the chat logs. So I can. It shows that if I were to send something horrible to one of those moderators, I would have seen something even worse, which is hard to imagine, than we are already seeing here.
What did you do with that information? And actually, let me backtrack. I'm sorry. How long did it take you to crack into that website and get this information?
I wasn't sure, like I said, when I got the text messages, and I wanted to try to my goal was to just take the site down, and I knew I could make that happen because it was on the clear net, regular internet for anyone to visit. I knew I could do that, but I didn't know if I could actually get access to their server. Once I found the vulnerability, maybe an hour, 2 hours at the most, if I could remember correctly. It wasn't long. And they never found out they were hacked. So to this day, they never found out. And they will never find out. I mean, unless somebody in that database is watching this, now you know. I have your data, and we will find you. So I actually recommend you come forward so we don't have to make the story up for you.
What did you do with this information?
So as soon as I got the information, I thought it was slam dunk. I thought like these people were going to jail. I thought that maybe I solved something that the FBI or somebody was working on for a long time. And I instantly went to the exploited children tip line, and I submitted, saying who the owner of the website was, that I had access to all the data, and that they were welcome to have it, basically. Then I reached out to a bunch of news stations, and talked to a ton of reporters, and all of them were super excited to talk to me.
What news stations?
Sun Sentinel, Daily Mail, Business Insider, Fox, some influencers, Ronan Farrow, Candace Owens, they both didn't read my messages. But as for the news stations, I had full conversations with the reporters. They knew what they were getting themselves into. They were very excited about reporting on it. And once it got back from legal, they weren't allowed to report on it. I said, well, okay, if you're not allowed to report on the illegally obtained material that I have, just let parents know that this website exists and whatever you want, but just keep whatever illegal out of it. I just want parents to know that this website exists. You don't need to put my name. You don't need to put the material that I obtained, nothing. Every single one of them completely disregarded me. I sent a lot of those notes over to Project Veritas with some evidence of that, but not a single person until now has done anything about this.
Not any conservative media, not any liberal media, because unfortunately that's the day and age we live in now, right? None of them would touch this.
No.
None of them want to be involved in saving kids.
When I say I tried so hard, and nobody wanted to do anything.
So what wound up happening with the information?
So
law enforcement didn't want to get involved either.
No, so I called my attorney locally, and then I called an attorney in Virginia because the owner of the website happened to be a Democratic politician and ran for Congress 2 times. His name is Nathan Larson, and I'll explain more about him in a second. But I talked to a lawyer in Virginia because I knew that's where he lived, and I wanted to see what I could do from there. So the lawyer in Virginia basically told me she didn't know what to say. She never heard of anything like this. The lawyer in Florida reached out to the local task force, let them know that I had access to the information, and then as well as doing that tip line. So from that point on, all of these news stations and all the law enforcement connections, whatever you want to call them, they all were fully aware that Nathan Larson was running this website, that he was, he ran for Congress twice, that he was an extremist, he did crazy things, but he did run for Congress 2 different times in Virginia. So I thought that they would take that seriously. Well, completely ignored.
Completely ignored it. Project Veritas gave me access to some of the stuff you guys are working on together. Yeah. And in one of those videos, you're reading a quote from Nathan Larson. I'm going to read it right now. Mm-hmm. This is from Nathan Larson, Democratic politician that ran for VA Congress multiple times, ran a website for pedos to discuss their dark intentions and fantasies. Here's the quote. "It's not enough to kids and take their innocence. You also need to reproduce the next generation with them. Let them see that you prefer to the offspring you have with them than to continue to have with a woman who is no longer jailbait." The quote continues, "But you can still sometimes. Just let her know, though, that what you love her for the most is producing with you a fresh, new, young girl, and that this is her main value and contribution hat. You think fondly of her." This is disgusting. I'm sorry. You think fondly of her because that beautiful daughter reminds you of her.
It's unimaginable. It's like, how do people think this way? But there's so many people that think this way that it's alarming. Is the word for it. I don't know how else to put it. It's way more people than you'd think, than you'd like to believe.
Code words: pizza and cooking, and cheese pizza stands for child pornography.
Yep.
This is disgusting.
Yeah, it gets only worse than that. It's really bad.
How much worse does it get?
Worse. I mean, people. This is a person talking about it, and it makes me uncomfortable just as much as it makes you uncomfortable. But these people, what they're talking about, they're doing. This guy isn't some guy with a bunch of fantasies. This guy got arrested 6 months after. Nobody did anything about it. And, like I said, I try my best. He gets arrested 6 months later with a 12-year-old at a layover at an airport after he raped and kidnapped her. So not only did he talk about it, he did it. and he got caught. As for some other people, I don't know how much more I can go into it, but one guy we're investigating, as of 2020, which is after I submitted the data, he got in trouble for doing something horrible to a child as well, became a fugitive, and I think they eventually got him. But we're not even close to through the list yet, and we got a lot more people to expose, and they're not just talking about it; they're doing it.
Let's backtrack real quick because you kind of breezed over what happened. So, the guy with the daughter in the bathtub.
Yeah.
What happened?
That guy with the daughter in the bathtub, I don't know where he went. He's part of the database.
I'm talking about the guy that got arrested in Denver.
Oh, that's Nathan Larson.
Okay.
So Nathan Larson, he got arrested 6 months after the fact. After I hacked his site, after I submitted it to the authorities, to all the news stations, he gets arrested with a 12-year-old girl and gets arrested for kidnapping. And I don't think he got charged with rape, but he got the kidnapping charge. Nathan Larson then went to federal prison for that. And, the website went down. And, he sat in prison for, I forget what the sentence was, but it was quite a long time. And to my knowledge, when you're a person like him, you are going to be you're going to be separated in a federal prison from the regular inmates. And, spoiler alert, but Nathan Larson's dead. And the reason why he's dead is due to starvation. The news says that it's suicide. If I had to guess, the inmates that were, responsible for feeding him just let him, starve to death. And I believe he deserved every second of that pain.
You and me both. So there's been five other sites that you've cracked into.
So when I hacked Rapey, Nathan left backups of his previous websites on the same server. So it really only took one site to get all 5.
How many names altogether?
I can't give you an exact number. I'm not sure. I bet it's tens of thousands.
Hey everybody, I'm Sean Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Sean.
Oh man. So I mean, with that and the next thing that I want to bring to people's attention, which is actually something close to home for me. This is from a little while back, from July 22nd, 2023, published by Fox News. Trans Democrat lawmaker conspired with daycare worker to sexually exploit children. They have graphic text that show this, and this happened in New Hampshire. And so, from Stacy Lawton, and this is the picture of Stacy Marie Lawton right here, and that was in Creative Minds Early Learning Centers. So, a transgender former New Hampshire state lawmaker is facing criminal charges for allegedly conspiring with a daycare worker to gather sexually explicit photos of children. Stacy Marie Lawton, a 39-year-old who was born male but now identifies as a female, is charged with aiding and abetting the sexual exploitation of children, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston said in a statement. Lawton was arrested in connection with the arrest of daycare worker Lindsay Groves, 38, who is said to have been dating Lawton at one point, and the two are believed to have worked together to take sexually explicit photos of children where she worked. Prosecutors said Tuesday that a preliminary forensic review of Groves' cell phone allegedly revealed more than 10,000 text messages between Lawton and Groves. The texts allegedly included discussions about and transfer of explicit photographs that Groves had taken of children last year who appeared to be about 3 to 5 years old. So, according to the Justice Department documents, there's a picture of Groves. According to Justice Department documents, the text messages show the couple fantasizing with each other about sexual intercourse with the young children. And language used by them is as follows, quote, "So you would let me F the little girls that you work with, unquote. Lawton, the first transgender legislature in New Hampshire history, asks Groves, quote, and you're not screenshotting this and probably use it against me at all, like we're both on the same page, we both want to do this. And he would I'm not even going to read that, but I'll leave it up there for anyone that's watching this to read it. So yeah, I don't have as much courage to read that kind of stuff as the people in that video that we showed have, but these can all be found in the show notes if you want to read it. And some of the stuff that the guys in that video were talking about is very, very much on like on par with satanic ritual abuse. And anyone that wants to learn more about that, Sean McCann of Wake the Dead, he has a lot of material on this in his podcast feed. And then you can find things from Jay Parker as well on the One Great Work Network. And he has a podcast called The Center Path. And Jay Parker's history is fraught with this kind of thing. But those are a couple of sources that you can go and look into. Plus, Fritz Springmeier has a book called How the Illuminati Create an Undetectable Mind-Controlled Slave. There's all sorts of material out there that people can look into, but to learn more about satanic ritual abuse. Not here, really. I'm not really into that, going into those kinds of rabbit holes, but periodically, I think we should probably, look into look into the abyss, a little bit, so to speak. But what do you guys think about the things that we just watched and heard about?
It's fucking disgusting. It's simple.
Yeah, as a mother, that makes me completely insane. As a mother that's not a psychopath, it makes me completely insane. I couldn't even. I mean, like, I mean, for me, it's just like my daughter's like, she's like one of my best friends. She really is. Well, she's like 18. She's ungroundable now, as I say, and she's amazing. But I know for me, it's like, I couldn't even. It wouldn't stand in my book, not for 1 second.
What do you guys think? Like, I just, I want to bring this up. The movie, The Sound of Freedom. Although it might get people emotionally charged, I've not seen the movie, so I will admit I'm speaking out of class here a little bit. Maybe I should see the movie before I speak about it. However, it seems as though the primary setting of that movie is in different countries. And this red-caped hero from the Department of Homeland Security goes to different countries to save kids. Now, if I'm incorrect about that, I'll be the first one to admit it. But to me, that seems like it's like another red herring where it's throwing people off the trail. And this stuff is happening at home. And I feel bad for children everywhere if this is happening to them. And it's a fucking disgusting problem. And I can't believe that this is still going on. Like, in this day and age, like, you'd think that with the information, like, it seems like this guy had a pretty easy time. And then no one wants to do anything about it. He's reporting it to like main media outlets, and they can't do anything with it. They won't. And law enforcement won't do anything with it. And we got this movie that came out that everyone's making a big stink about. And it's like, look, like, that's just the tip of the iceberg. And then I think that it's just like, what the fuck do we do? Like, these are the problems that we face as a society, as humanity. And like this type of evil it exists. and people are worried about what their
Yeah.
like who the next president's going to be. No one's talking about this. No one is saying anything about this. I have 2 children myself. My son is 6. My daughter is almost 3. My son is almost 7. You know, we homeschool. This is one of the reasons why, because there's sick fucks out there that will do that. Like, you just can't trust anybody, you know?
Right.
It's very difficult. I haven't seen that movie either. The only thing I would say about it, because I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know too much about it, but the only thing I would say about that is that I just feel like the majority of people, they need to be softballed a lot of information. So even somebody putting out a movie like this, it's very, I mean, none of it's PG, but it's like the PG version of like the real nasty shit that's out there. So I kind of feel like maybe that's in a way a good thing, that it is an official movie and it's out there and it's being supported and it's being watched, and it's giving people at least the understanding that this is a thing and this is a problem, and that may open the doors within their minds to start to be able to see or be able to accept how dark that really gets. And so maybe it helps in that regards. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't, but
Right.
it's so hard. I know that it's so hard for most people to go like, oh, no, that can't be, because they themselves could never even think of such horrors. So they want to automatically go to, you know, thinking that, oh, so nobody I know or nobody that I would support would be part of that, you know, or they just don't want to even think it exists.
Yeah.
So I think it's very difficult for people.
Jerry, did you see that movie?
Nah, I was using like hand signs to like signify that I haven't seen it. But I just wanted to comment really quick, because with the One Great Work Warriors, our next roundtable discussion is on the conspiracy of denial. So maybe we'll have a roundtable on that and just dive deeper.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That'd
Not
that'll
that I
be a
think
good
any
one.
of that's an excuse or anything, but I'm just thinking, because people listen to entertainment, they listen to movies, they listen to that stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe there's somebody trying to act, I mean, maybe it is just distraction, but maybe there's somebody trying to open the mental doors there, like pay attention to this so you can really see what's happening, and at least start moving in the right direction. So I don't know. It's just my
Yeah.
idea.
I just worry that it might be, and again, I'll just say, I worry sometimes, like if these types of movies are to trick people into thinking that it's happening in other places, when we have, we've heard for decades now. I mean, when was like Corey Feldman spoke out about this a long time ago, and he became a
Yeah.
laughing stock. I mean, it's just one example, but I mean, what was it River Phoenix who killed himself? A drug overdose, or however he went, I forget, but like that was Corey Feldman's best friend. Or no, wait, Corey Haim was his best friend, but they were all like, child actors. A lot of child actors come out and say that there's crazy things. I mean, Elijah Wood even said that there's crazy stuff about that happens to children in Hollywood, and then he shut up about it. But I mean, plenty of them have come
Look
out.
at what happened to Daniel Radcliffe. Do you remember what happened to him?
No, I don't.
He lost his mind at one point. And it was in and out of the news really, really quickly. But he's the Harry Potter star.
Yeah.
So just imagine what happened to them, and then like Emma Watson, she really went into the, I think she went into the dark side, but
Well, I mean, even Amanda Bynes from Nickelodeon, that guy, the guy that was like one of the production, the producers in Nickelodeon. I forget his name, but he was like the main guy for all that, and he was around these kids all the time, and he got found out to being a child abuser, and like, and I mean, the cliche. The cliche thing to say is that when somebody wants to, get a lot of money, where do they go? They go to the bank. They rob a bank because that's where the money is, right? That's what they want. Look at all the all right here. What is a child predator going to do? They're going to go work at a place like Nickelodeon or Disney. They're going to go they're going to go work in Hollywood and be on these movie sets. That's where they're going to go. I mean, that's just one example. They're going to go and work at a daycare, or a school, because that's where the children are. John in the chat, he's talking about the Franklin scandal, out in the Boys Town in Nebraska. So that's an excellent example. He also brought up Isaac Cappy. Isaac Cappy was an actor who was bringing a lot of attention to it. And John also said that when it comes to the Sound of Freedom, I guess at the end, it shows statistics how prevalent sex trafficking of children is. So that's cool. It's another reason to watch the film, but man, I was saying that it's sometimes my mind wanders into this area where it's just like, you want to blame the parents, but it's like, like at some point it's like, no, these predators, they gotta go, and there's another thing about this mass campaign about censorship I mentioned a lot earlier in the show. It's like, no, you don't want censorship. You want freedom of speech. No matter how nasty the speech is, you want to be able to have people say what's on their minds, because if this is the type of stuff that they're into, you want to find out. If I had it my way, I know how this might sound, but if anyone ever did something like that to one of my children, I'd castrate the motherfucker and I'd hang him right in the town square. This is what happens to pedophiles in my neighborhood. Fuck you. That's it. That's it. You're done. You don't get a sentence. No, you're done. You get executed publicly. Now, I don't care what kind of idea that gives people about me. You don't hurt kids. That's it. So
I'd agree with you. Public naming and shaming and execution all the way. It's as a warning to others.
Mm-hmm.
Start sticking heads on pig poles.
And there's another thing. There's another element of all this too. Is like, there's a lot of people that are living lifestyles that like the LGBT people, that are living lives to the fullest, the way that they want to be comfortable in their own skin, which I back 100%. You should be free to love whoever you're attracted to, live your life. You're not hurting anybody. This doesn't harm anyone as far as I can tell. Live your life. If that's the type of lifestyle that makes you feel comfortable in your own skin, that makes you feel like you're fulfilling your destiny here, whatever you want to equate it to, that's great. There's a lot of people, like there's a Twitter account called Gays Against Groomers. And it's like, this is a problem. Why aren't these, drag queens like reading books to elderly people? Why isn't that in the news? Why isn't that, if it's happening, why aren't we hearing about it? Right. Why is it all about the kids and everything like that? I mean, is it like a political psyop on both sides? It's like, what the fuck do we even do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the what the right course of action is, other than to just keep my kids away from areas in which those things take place. But I mean, there's like seems to be an attack on children going on, and there seems to be one sort of group that is at the front of it. I don't like pointing fingers like that, but it's just almost undeniable that like a lot of people that are a part of like the LGBTQ community, they want to normalize sexualization of children, and it's not that shit ain't cool. They can't consent. They can't consent because they have no they have no concept of long-term consequences. Children
They
are
don't have the
constantly,
wherewithal.
yeah,
They don't understand.
they're constantly living in the moment. You know, like I see it in my own children. They think about like maybe 5-10 minutes ahead of time. You know, like there's no grasp on long-term consequences. You know, that's why they can't consent. You know, and then you see college professors out there talking about minor attracted persons. It's like, no, that's a pedophile. It's not, and maybe it is a mental sickness. Maybe there's something going on, but that doesn't, that doesn't mean what are we talking about? Giving compassion to those types of people? No. You don't do that. And you know what? Like a lot of the times it's because they were abused when they were kids, and like, okay, oh, boo-hoo. But like, when does it stop? We can't allow ourselves to go down this road as a society. It's unacceptable. No.
Yeah. I was thinking that these guys are psychopathic. Maybe I'm wrong, but they're lacking that care. What do you think?
Oh, they're definitely psychopaths. There's something fucked up about them for sure. You know, I mean, it's definitely something. There's something not right there with this the whole entire group of people. Not only people that have those urges or act on those urges, but the people that are willing to be like, oh, it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's not. There's no compassion for people like that. Like, no, that can't exist. It's just.
You ever seen that show Vikings?
No.
They do this. Essentially, killed someone, and they would like torture them so bad, and that's like the kind of death I'm thinking about these folks. So
yeah, I mean, it's, hey, if let me put one little bow on it, right? If a person with those types of urges can manage to live their entire life in the closet about those urges, that's the only way it's ever going to end. You gotta go, Sarah.
Oh yeah. I didn't want to interrupt though. I'll keep watching, but yeah, it's about 10:30 on the West Coast. So
yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up in a minute. So thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks, and it was a great show. Thanks for having me.
Anytime.
See you, Sarah.
Bye, guys.
Bye. It's just you and I again, Jerry. Cool. What I was saying is that like if a person can go through their whole entire life and like never give in to those urges or whatever, and just like keep it to themselves, that's one thing. You just never know, right? I don't know. I'm trying my best to figure out a way, but it's like not making much sense. But I guess oh man, what I'm saying is that the only way that the cycle of abuse in this arena ever stops is very similar to how almost all other cycles of abuse really stop, is if the people that are going to go and do those actions don't go and do them to the next generation of people that come along. Because a lot of these things seem intergenerational, where it's like, oh, it was, like I said, oh, it was done to me. And then it's a Tool song that comes to mind. It's about it's a Tool song off of their album called Undertow, and it's a song called Prison Sex. And it's not about what the title makes you think it's about. It's about, intergenerational abuse and the abuse victim cycle, where the abused, the victim turns into the abuser, and then it just rinse, wash, repeats over and over and over again. And it's called prison sex because the person that's being abused can't do anything to stop it. They can't escape. So it's like they're in a prison. And so we have to be able to realize that with all abuse, that there is a way to stop it. And it's like breaking the cycle. And the message that I'm trying to send out there is to anyone that suffered abuse when they were a kid. If you want it to stop, it's up to you to not repeat. So I gotta wrap this up, Jerry. I'm getting tongue tied now. Almost 5 hours. Wow, how are you doing, buddy? What do you?
I'm good, James. I just I really wanted to leave it on a positive note, and I think what you said wraps it up.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here with me, Jerry. And I'm going to include a link in the show notes to bring people over to the One Great Work Warriors Telegram chat. How about that? Do you approve?
I certainly do.
All right, cool, sweet. And with that, I wish you a good night, Jerry.
Thanks, James. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, folks. James Cordiner, last man standing. But it's been a great show. And so in closing, we had a pretty interesting show this evening. Thank you all for tuning in and staying on board. And just like always, this show is called The Hitchhiker's Guide to Truth, because going to get you a little further down the road, going to get you a little closer to your destination, because we might not be able to bring you all the way down the path to truth, but we can certainly bring you a little further toward truth. And that is our goal here. And I just want to leave you all with the message that I tend to leave you with every week, is I love you all very much. And without you, without you out there would be, it'd be pretty boring. So thank you for listening. Thank you for taking the time and and listening to the show. Explore the show notes, because that's where you find the links to the sources and everything. And if you would be so inclined, take a look at my website, freeyourmindne.com. Come on over there, and please feel if you feel like you have gained something out of this show, you can reciprocate that by buying a t-shirt from me or making a straight donation through my website. You can find the store, or you can donate, and all proceeds to any donations that I get will be going toward covering the cost of my tuition to attend the autonomy course. And that is all. So until next time, just stay vigilant, and like Sarah was saying, practice aligning your thoughts, emotions, and actions, and harmonizing them. And if we can do so, then we might find ourselves in a more independent space where we're more self-reliant and we're not dependent on other people, forces, institutions, entities, whatever, and we might be able to stand on our own 2 feet and know what we want, know what we need, know how to get it, and know how to treat others the way that we want to be treated. And don't do unto others what you would not have done unto you. This is the end of the broadcast. 5 hours. Oh my God.